And look at your reward. It's a new try.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Alrighty, everybody. Yeah. So, not that I'm making any excuses, but part of the reason that we're a little bit late is game had an update. The game did have an update, I guess, as far as, and it did kind of bork out Melon Loader. So, was dealing with that. Came to find out, I guess, as far as there is an, well, I shouldn't say an update, I guess, as far as there's an newer library, I guess, as far as added to the Melon Loader, I guess, as far as to use with quality of life mod. So if you're having issues with that, do make sure, I guess, as far as you get the proper version that you had of Melon Loader, I guess, as far as installed, I guess, as far as so that you can get the proper get everything working. So yeah, that was my issue, I guess, as far as getting the game launched due to Melon Loader not working. So we got that all squared away, it looks like. Yeah, so previously we were working on our military Jeep, I guess, as far as we got this pretty well done. We had entertained the idea. Dark coming in with the 15 stream. What's,
Come on, everybody, we're going.
I don't know. Okay, let's get that over with. I guess, as far as, because it's cold out there. Put your pants back on. Yeah, it's nipply out there. Appreciate the 15 stream streak there, Dark. Get that snowball out there, I guess, as far as yep, that's working. So yeah, we were entertaining the idea of creating a beefed up version of this this Jeep, maybe slapping in a bigger engine, such things like that. I think that might be a fun thing to go over with today here on stream. We do have, so we are under 100 barns now. I just realized that. Do we have? Let me see if we do have no other project cards, I guess, as far as to speak of, I guess, as far as at this point. So I think that's probably what we're going to get into. We're going to play around with this guy. And see what we can do with that. I have not figured out, I guess, as far as... I went into the editor just for the heck of it to see if we could change the color of this rim. There doesn't seem to be any way to do that that I can see. But this thing turned out pretty good. So we did get all of the horsepower out of it. It's 100%. She's good to go. I think we're going to go into the editor. And yeah, I had to come into the game to make sure that it was going to launch. I guess properly, I guess, as far as doing all the things with the melon loader. So missed what you said about something about melon loader. So if you're having a problem with the game loading, if you're getting an error, and I forget what the error was, I ended up going over to Red Dot Games Discord, and apparently the game did update. They did update the game, I guess, as far as to add the Rims 2 DLC, which did kind of bork the functionality of the melon loader. So if you go and get the version that you had, which I had is 0.5.7, re-download whatever version that you have, which, you know, that's the one I had, and install that, replace the one, I guess, as far as that you had previously, and that updates the libraries in that to accommodate, I guess, as far as the update in the game. So that was what I had to deal with there. That's why I was late. Yeah. How is that rigged? That's not rigged. That's a good gamble. That's two good gambles, actually. Working your way back there up on the fluids. So I seen the top fluids there. I guess as far as getting a little bit shook up there.
You're late.
All right. So I think what we're gonna do.
Had car trouble. What kind of car trouble?
You got that car trouble? We're in the right place there, Danny.
I believe it was the radiator.
I am gonna go like this. We're good in this one here. We're gonna go into the editor. And we're gonna load up that guy. I'm gonna have to do, yeah, so the Rims 2 apparently was added as a new DLC, and they did update the game, I guess, as far as to accommodate those rims, amongst other things. I didn't see any other write-up about what was changed files-wise, but apparently, like I said, it does bork the melon loader if you're using quality of life mod, so. Yeah, so only if you're having issues with your melon loader, I guess, as far as not, you know, if it's bringing up an error for your game, then and only then, I guess, as far as she update the melon loader. That's the problem that I had, so that was why it took me so long for today. So let's go into the editor. Probably what I want to do.
Moments later.
Probably what I want to do too, I guess, as far as is, I need to create a config for that Wllys Jeep. And I'm thinking we'll probably stick with the Wllys. The military version. The military version of it, I think. So we were working on, in the offstream, I guess, as far as more on our Gen 2. Not a whole lot of things, just some minor things, but, okay, I need to see, what is this, how is this named in here? So, is it Jeep, or is it Wllys? Let's take a look in here, while we're at it. So I'm thinking it's probably going to be Wllys. Okay, so it's right here. Jeep Wllys Military. Let's load that up.
Ain't got no gas in it.
Well, this one's not going to have any gas in it. New DLC for 20. Yeah, the Rims 2. Yeah, Rims 2. Yeah. I have not gotten it, so I should probably make that abundantly clear. I just noticed that was what they updated to the game, and also kind of borked. It kind of borked the melon loader. So yeah, this is the one we want to work with. We're gonna press our luck a little bit on this one here just to see what we can do. But what I want to try and do, instead of putting the Wllys in here, let's see if we can put a bigger motor in this thing. So this thing does actually have a built-in body frame instead of a subframe. That the, you know, as far as the way the suspension is on this, let me see what we got here. We got a solid front axle, right? Pretty well done. Pretty well done. Okay, so what we want to do, see what kind of engines we can put in this thing. Now, oh, we got another streak. We got Danny going streaking too. I guess they're following suit, I guess, as far as with Dark Legacy.
Sorry. Come on, everybody, we're going.
Yeah, just make sure to put your pants back on. I guess as far as it's cold though. No one wants to see that. You got one more thing on the wish list? Yeah, I haven't even looked at it. So I'm not even worried about it. Let's see here. What's going on there, Ghoulishman? Alright, let's go to engines. So we can only do this Wllys here on this config. So we're just going to play around with this to see what's possible before we make a copy of this config and do anything with it. I do not. I just mentioned that there, Ghoulishman. I know it came out. I'm not all that. I don't even have the other rooms, quite honestly. There's enough rims, I guess, as far as available. I guess, and from what I can see in those rims DLC, it's like they're just variations, I guess, as far as of what's already in the game. It's, to me, I don't feel like you really need it. That's just my own take on it. Let's try. What do we want to put in this thing? So we want a 4-wheel drive, for sure, engine. So we can put a Hemi in it. Oh God, that'd be crazy. So yeah, we definitely want to put probably a 4x4 engine into it. Let me see. We got this dude. Nah. Let's try. Let's see. What other 4x4 engines do we have? We got the Boss. All right. Just looking to see what options we've got. V8 supercharged. It would need to be a 4-wheel drive. We want to keep it as a 4-wheel drive, a 4x4. That's for sure. So I'm just looking at all the 4x4 options that we have. We got rear wheel. There's a shaker. Where are all my 4x4 options? I think they're all going to be up here. $500 Coronet and Workshop. Yeah, I've spoken with that. Yeah, the person that's they've been pretty active, I guess, as far as like that. I did actually put a query about the problem with the IRX-Z, as far as when you try to paint the front and rear bumpers individually in the paint shop. Puts you outside. I need to double check and see if that's even corrected, because they said they pushed an update. Let's see here. Yeah, there's a lot of Dodge stuff, I guess, as far as that same person, I guess, as far as putting out there. Like I said, I'm more or less a Chevy guy. And a starter rear wheel. We don't have a lot of 4x4 engines, I guess, as far as to deal with. I'm realizing that now. But we got the Hemi. We already looked at that. There is, I think, the 392. We do have the Jeep DLC. That's what this Wllys comes from. Yes, there should be a 392 Jeep engine, right? Looking for that one. Where's that guy? V12. I don't see that in here. Should be in here. MRC, V12, V6. Must be down here. 345, that's the Hemi. Looking for that 392 rear wheel. Do we not have a 4x4 version of that? I thought that was in the Jeep. So here's this 392. Oh, this must be it. Okay, so this one must be the 4x4. There's the transfer case. So this one could be an option. You have the 4x4 392 that's in the modern Jeep. See how that looks. Okay. That might be an option. I might have to scoot it back a little bit. Yeah, we'll have to adjust some things there, but I think this might be an option. Whoa! Okay, that was definitely on my end. It's getting a little bit funky over there. V8 supercharger would only allow for rear-wheel drive, though. I want to put four-wheel drive on this thing. That's the only thing. I think it would be silly, I guess, as far as just to make it rear-wheel drive. That's the only reason why I don't go supercharged. Now, this one here, I don't know if this would be considered supercharged. Probably not. So we only have this one in the 392, which is it's in the modern Jeep. So as far as 4x4, could be an option there. But I guess they don't make a supercharged version of that. So there's the rear-wheel drive. That's no transfer case. Okay. If they did make a supercharged version, I guess as far as of that engine, we would definitely use it. There's the 345 Hemi. Got this one here. So I think between the 392 and the 345 maybe. So either one we'd have to scoot it back. I'm thinking the 392. That would be this guy. Okay, so if we entertain this one, so we're just going to play around with this to see how this will look. Let's go there. Scoot it back, like so. Just enough so it's not clipping through the radiator. Cool. And then we'll have to adjust some things down here. Yep. We have to go with a different exhaust. This has probably got dual exhaust, right? Yep. I'll have to take a look at the modern Jeep and see what kind of exhaust that has. That'll need to be changed. Let's check out parts. Yeah, we'll have to look at the modern Jeep, see what that's got. We can line that up. So what's the drive shaft look like? So puts the transfer case right into, oh that sucks. Puts it right into the cross beam, cross brace, I guess as far as of the frame. Bummer. Alright, let's see here. Maybe we can scale it down. So how much horsepower does this give us? 389? Gives us 389 horsepower? Okay. Do you have the Jeep DLC now? We do. That's why I was entertaining it. But probably a fair mention there, Ghoulishman. Either one of the configurations that you've got released, I still can't. They won't load. They don't show up in the editor, and they don't spawn at all in the game. And I've had that confirmed by at least a couple other people. When they subscribe to it, they don't spawn, especially if you go to the salon. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't know what else to. Everything looks fine, I guess, as far as it shows I'm subscribed, and when I look at the files to it, everything looks proper. I have no idea. I can't explain that. No clue. Alright, so I'm going to try and scale engine down. So right now it's at a 1. This is at a 1. I'm going to see if I scale it down just to see if we can get it. Hold on. I want it to not clip into the radiator. I feel like that's a good clearance right there. Let's try it at a 9.95. I don't want to make it too small. See if that gets it out of the frame. Okay. Let's try 9.7. So what I'm trying to get it so it's not clipping through the frame like that. Yeah, so I ended up getting the Jeep DLC, the Dodge Jeep, just to see if that would fix the problem, and that did not. As far as your configs, it did not. So I'm gonna move this way. Yeah, they had it on sale, so I figured I'll humor it. But yeah, unfortunately it did not matter. Damn, I don't know if I'm gonna get that to not clip into that. That's at a 9.7. Okay, let's move it forward a little bit. Might have to get this really close to the radiator. Okay. Nope, can't spawn them in the salon either. What's 70? What did I miss? You should see what a V12 look. I don't want to put. You're not understanding what I'm saying, Danny. I don't want to put a rear wheel. I want to put a 4x4 in this thing. I want to keep it as a 4x4. That's a little better. Okay, let's try a 9.6. I don't know how else to explain that. I want to keep it as a 4x4. You can feel free to do whatever you wish, I guess, as far as with that. I can just go into the motions. Okay, that's a little better. Okay, let's see how that looks on the engine bay. So we had to put it at a 9.6. Okay, that might work. Now, as far as the exhaust and all that, I'm gonna have to look at the modern Jeep and see which ones are applied to that. We're gonna have to redo this rear axle too, or this front axle. Oh, yeah. So we'll look at and see which suspension's on the new. I wonder if we got one that's got the differential on the other side. Do we? Let's check suspension. See if we do. So right now it's a solid drum powered. Right. Okay, let's see if we got a left. See what's going on with that. There's a certain car I'm thinking of. Oh, I'm not sure either. I can't read your mind. The solid drum. So we're gonna look. That's the rear. Front leaf powered. This one says front center leaf powered. Front center old. Nope, we don't want that. So I guess we want to stay on the leaf powered. That's the only one we have. Let's see here. Might have an issue with what kind of suspension we can put on this as far as axle goes. We might have to modernize the front suspension. Because the only leafed front suspension that we have is that one. That was already on there. It's this guy. So I was hoping maybe we could have one that had the differential on the other side. But it doesn't look like it. Can we change? Yeah, if we could flip-flop that, that'd be good. Put this over on this side. That way it'll line up with the transfer case here. 'Cause right now it does not line up. I'll have to look at the modern Jeep and see what we got there. Can't spawn them in the salon because it's not actuated. Well, no matter what you got it set up as, it won't come. It won't spawn in the editor. It won't spawn in the game anywhere. So any of the points, I guess, as far as that you've got set in that config, it will not spawn. I don't, like I said, I don't know why that is. I just really don't. I don't know if anybody else is having an issue with that, but it won't. I can't even. I should be able to spawn it even in the editor, and it won't do that. Okay, turn that off. Let's go to. I wish I knew what that was going on with it. I've tried to unsubscribe, resubscribe. It just doesn't want to work for whatever reason. Otherwise, I would do something with it. Let's see, I want What am I looking for? Oh, so I need the other Jeep. That should be Jeep Ram Cherokee. Yeah, this guy. This one should have the 392 in it. This fellow. Alright, let's go here. See what this has got. So this is probably going to have a more modern suspension. Let's turn that off. Yeah, this is going to have a more modern suspension. So I don't know if that's what we're going to have to do on our Wllys. I hope not. I hope not. So this will line up, I guess, as far as with the transfer case, I guess, as far as on that. So which suspension is this? That would be a more modern suspension. I don't know if I want to do that. That's a bummer. So this is a front center power short 4. Okay. That would put this subframe in there.
I'll be back.
We'll be here. That's still doing it twice. I don't understand why it's doing it twice. So it seems to be only doing that, I guess, as far as on the... I tried fixing that on the off-stream, and I guess it's still not fixed. It's still not fixed. Oh, well. It looks like a Kia Soul. So... not sure what that one is. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, I'm just taking a look at that BRB again, I guess, as far as I can't figure out why it keeps playing that twice. Doesn't like in tandem. Shouldn't do that. Okay, so... yeah, I really don't want to have to put this suspension onto the Jeep Wllys. But that might be our only option. So what kind of exhaust is on this? So downpipes, let's see what we got here. Okay, so it is a V8 392 Hemi. That seems easy enough. Exhaust is a V8 SRT. That'll be the two of them there. Okay, the mirrored. Okay. Now, I can see how the rear axle is, I guess, as far as it's got this design. I don't know if I'll have to do something else. But I do know I need that down pipe. You could just use straight pipes, I guess, as far as on it too, instead of having, I think this V8 SRT is going to more accommodate this rear end, as far as going underneath like that. We may not need that on our Jeep. It's kind of neat though. But I will need that down pipe. Yeah, we're gonna have to look at a different option for suspension on that though. Okay, let's do this. Turn that off. Let's reload up the Wllys. So just for now, I wanna just change some stuff out here. Too bad there's not a way, I guess, as far as to mirror this this axle. So these would be on the ends. That's for the rear. Alright, let me put this engine back in here. Let's do 392. Where was that bad boy? It's down here. Do-do-do-do. Pentastar. That's just a rear wheel. I want a four-wheel drive. Where's that 392? There's the 4x4 Boss. There's the 392 right there. Oop. Okay, so let's go with that. And downpipes. We want to change this to be a 392 right here. Oop. Okay, so there's the downpipes. Wow, that's low. Guess that's more designed for the modern Jeep. I wonder if we'll have to... I don't think I got room to do that. I might have to move it up on the engine. Ew. I don't think we're going to be able to do that without coming through the floor. Not a lot of room there. I don't like how low that is. Might have to come up with a different option for engine. That downpipe is a little too low. That's a little bit. So it might change too, I guess, as far as if I rescale the engine. Put this back down to a 9, what do we say, 9.6? 0.96. And we did have to scoot it back too. So let's put that in position. I don't think it's going to change that too much as far as how low that comes. Okay, let's see what we got here. So let's move this guy. Whoops, come on. Get it to where it's just touching that. Okay. That looks good there. Now, let's get these downpipes lined up. 392. Okay, so let's go to this guy. Yeah, that's not going to change too much. Yep, still going to be pretty low. Yep, that's still going to be pretty low. Okay, maybe we won't use the 392. That would have been a pretty cool option, though. Let's see what other engines we have. So that's the 392. Let's try... I don't know. There's the boss. This guy. Okay, let's check on the downpipe, see is there one specifically for the boss? So this guy. Ooh, what do we got here? What's that look like? Why are all these so low? I don't like that. No. Okay, so we're gonna have a problem with exhaust. As far as downpipes go. So that's that one. The problem is I can only scale it uniformly. I can't do it just in one direction. Let's see here. What else we got? Don't see their turbos. Oh, I don't know why I selected that one. So we only got these two to work with. That is the only two downpipes we have for 4x4. That's crazy. Alright, I'm gonna try just a 1.V8. We go like this. See, that would be a little bit more manageable. Yeah, that would definitely be more manageable. So just a standard V8 downpipe. See how well that lines up. See, I think part of the reason too we have the 4x4 ones is so that it clears the transfer case. I think that's part of the reason why too. Those are specific, I guess, as far as for the 4x4s. Now, if we use this one, obviously it's going to clip into the transfer case. How's that look on this side? So I'd have to downscale this dude to a 9.6. Same as the engine. So let's do 0.96. Yeah, that's going to make it even narrower. Oh my god, where's the... Ah! It's in here. There we go. Let's see if it's lining up. Okay, so she's pretty well lined up there. But, just as expected, that's going to run right into the transfer case. So I don't think that's going to be an option. What a bummer. So even if I was to bring the engine down, we'd have to bring the downpipe down the same. Yeah, so that's not gonna work. 2.5 hours you gave up. So you tried this there, too, jacked off? Yeah, so I see. I was really hoping, I guess, as far as there'd be an option for it. So apparently that's all we can really put in there is just that Wllys. We only have this one solid axle, leaf front axle for a 4x4. You'd almost have to modernize the suspension and such, I guess, as far as to make it, you know, legit. You know, make everything fit. Like to put all of the modern suspension, like on the modern Jeep, probably on this to make it work. From what I'm seeing, I don't think you'd be able to maintain hardly any of these parts to get them to line up just right. I'd be kind of curious to see what that would look like anyway. The one thing that would bug me about it is the fact that it has the subframe on that modern suspension. I think that would look kind of blah. I kind of like this look to it if we could maintain it. I don't think we can, I guess, as far as to get everything to line up the way it needs to. Bummer. Yeah, so one of the other things I did try to look at in here, I guess, as far as to see if we could recolor that rim. And obviously we can't. We'd have to change the color on the model itself. That's the downside of that. So, what I'm gonna probably try to do is maybe just modernize it. I know it's probably gonna look goofy, but just modernize the suspension to accommodate the 392, just to get an idea what it looks like. We may not even save it. But I think that's about the only way you're going to be able to put a modern engine into this thing here, is to pretty much do everything. Suspension, exhaust. About the only way you're going to be able to do it. If there was a way, I guess, as far as to kind of take out from the Jeep and just gut it out to have just all the components that we want to use, that would be nice, but we're going to have to probably go back and forth if we want to do it that way. So... Alright, I remembered some of the parts, so I'm going to go like this. Just going to entertain it. So the 392. Which engines in particular, I guess, as far as did you try, Jackdaw? Had you taken the same approach that I am, or slightly different. Just out of curiosity. We're going to leave that at a 9.6. Okay, leave that there. So what we'll do for the suspension, this needed to be it was front center powered door 4. This guy. This is what I had in the other Jeep. Alright. Yeah, this is what I don't like as far as it got the subframe in here. Ooh, that's not gonna look good at all. But at least transfer case would line up, right? We could get that to line up anyway. Do. How in the world? Okay, so let's get the proper downpipe for this one. Let's go to parts. Downpipe, that would have to be the 392. There we go. This is one thing I don't like too, as far as it's just, we'd have to raise up. And yeah, so this Wllys is not going to allow for that. That's going to clip into the floor. Okay, let me see here. Let me move all this up. So on the suspension. When you try, it doesn't have a reflection on it. It's just the one deal. So when you don't have a reflect, I guess, as far as on suspension. There's no such thing. I wish there was. That would be cool. Like, some parts do have a reflection, some of them don't. That suspension is not one of them. It was a while ago. I think I tried everything I could think of. Yeah, I can see the struggle. All right, let's grab. Oh, I see. So what we're gonna have to do is actually adjust the value. That's right. We want to do. Our next will start. That's going to be from side to side. This would be the front to back. Back, front. So do I got to bring it up here? Yeah, we want this to be raised up. I'm going to try and get this subframe, I guess, as far as somewhat level with the bumper, I guess. Ooh, yeah, that's going to look horrible. I can already tell. I can already picture that. So we'll have to make this positive number. Let's do a 0.5. Whoop, that's too much. 0.2. 0.1. Okay, 0, 1. 0.5. Getting a feel for it. Something like this. Okay. Wow, that really squats it down, doesn't it? It makes it pretty squatty, I guess, as far as there. So we're gonna keep playing with this and see. So we got to move the engine up. Yeah, that's gonna clip through the floor. Yep, it's already clipping through the floor. That's a bummer. Such a bummer. So that's even with it scooted up there too. That is such a bummer. So even if we did want to go this route, we'd have to put the suspension at this level so that the downpipes, I guess, as far as aren't so low. In an effort to do that, that's going to clip the engine through the floor. Such a bummer. So I think the only other thing we could probably do is just try a different inline 4 Yeah, I'm gonna reload this. Let's reload her. There we go. I ended up with the Jag 4x4 just for the giggles when been the idea. So the Jag has a 4x4? Oh, that would be the F-Type, right? You're talking about the F-Type 4x4? The all-wheel drive there? I think I get what you mean. So let's see here. Let's explode that. Yeah, the F-Type has that all-wheel drive. So initially, I guess as far as the other thing I can think of besides that would be do an inline 4. Look at all the different inline 4 engines besides the Wllys. And I don't think there's a 4x4 inline 4. Take a look here. We got rear-wheel drive. There is this guy. Single overhead cam. Of course, we'd have to rotate it. So, oh, you know what? That's a front-wheel drive, right? Wait, hold on. Hold on. We gotta rotate this dude. What's going on there, Brent? Yeah, so you did go with the F-Type. So you did it just for giggles. That's so on this one. See how this works. Oh, I see how it's going. So this is the transfer. Yeah, so we could go this route. We put a modern 4x4 inline 4. Is that a turbo? No. So just a single overhead cam. This could be an option. I'd have to look at everything we need for suspension. That's the R4. Trying to think of which vehicles have this going. I think the Mitsubishi Eclipse has this engine. If I remember right. Yeah, so I would need a reference, I guess, as far as for what type of suspension it has. Just relaxing? Yeah. We're just playing around with what kind of engines we can put in this this Jeep Wllys. I think this might be a decent option. And we could always, so right now it gets 114 horse. We could ramp that up. Like we could even double that power at the base. Might be kind of fun to do. Let's see here. Yeah, I want to take a look at. I think it's the Lancer as or the I forget which Mitsubishi it is anyway. What are those called by default? The Mitsubishis. Anybody remember? Let's see. Let me take a look.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
Oh, Brent's got that lucky 7 stream streak. We got a lot of streakers today.
No, I'm sorry. Come on, everybody, we're going! Here we go!
Yeah, put your pants back on now. It's cold out. Nobody wants to see that. You did 2 speed builds from bare frame, 30 minutes. And that's counting all the time building, washing, welding. That's pretty quick. Y'all trying to show me up, I guess, as far as like this is how it was done. Yeah, usually I'll pause it, I guess, as far as for you know, everything in between. Are those Mayans? I'm trying to remember what the default name is for the Mitsubishi. I'm gonna have to look this up. I forget. What are they called? So it's got. Let's do this. what are the Mitsubishis called? Pausing not included, all this stuff is inaccurate in my opinion. Well, I just don't like to include all of the animation to it because I can be faster in reality. I guess that's the way I go about it. So I just factor out, I guess, as far as how long the game takes, I guess, as far as to animate those different parts. The heck are those called? Oh, it's the Hinata. So the Hinata. So the Hinata, that would be the Kagura. And that would be the SX. This one here. Yeah, that's the one. So this one should have that same engine. Yep, that's what I wanted to see. So I want to use this as a basis, I guess, as far as for how we set up the Jeep Wllys, as far as suspension and that. Well, that's one of the, yeah, that's one of the versions of the, but they're called Hinatas, but I had to look up and see. Yep, Hinata. Well, there's the Moon, and then this one's the Kagura. So, yeah, this one will be a good base, I guess, as far as, so that's that same engine that we're trying to put into the Jeep Wllys. This will give us an idea. So that'll be the front center power 2. Alright. What kind of suspension? Or exhaust, I mean. This one has exhaust R4A M3. Okay. Take a look at that. Just to get an idea. We might have to give this rear end, that rear end to line up with yeah, probably. I don't know, maybe we wouldn't, because this one's center oriented on this. Maybe we could keep the might have to entertain that. So yeah, if this, as long as this is center oriented, we should be good on the drive shaft. This one does allow for front and rear wheel drive. You would just need to have this front suspension. Okay, that's a better power 2. And then that was what was the exhaust again? The exhaust. R4AM3. Okay, I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and keep the rear end that the Wllys has, and see if we can line this one. So due to the fact that it's not offset on this one going to the rear, it's still center oriented. I think we can maintain, I guess, as far as the original rear end of the Wllys, this engine. So what is this scaled at? What is a 1-1? Okay, so we're gonna have the McPherson strut on that setup. Okay, I'm just taking some things into consideration when we apply it to the Wllys. Okay, let's load up the Wllys again. And again, I'm just throwing some ideas out here just to see what'll stick. Just for the giggles. Alright, we're gonna put the engine is gonna be inline 4. That 4x4. That little rascal. Turbocharged, ENG, there it is. Single overhead cam. Okay, so we're going with that. And then we need to move this over. So it was a 1.1, I guess, as far as in the Mitsubishi, but I'm gonna keep it at a 1, just for giggles. Let's just see. Put that in the center. Alright, now suspension. We're gonna need to be front center power 2, like so. So yeah, have to bring it up, I guess, as far just like we did on the. So let's go down here, change the height. So I think it was a 0.07, I think is what we did. 0.07, something like that. It does squat it down a little bit, I guess, as far as, but okay. Keep entertaining it. So far about alright. Now how we look. So the downpipes will have to change, yep. So let's go to the parts. So, ooh, you know what? We might not even need the downpipe. All it was just an exhaust. Okay, we're gonna try. What's the R4? Be up here. R4AM3. Here's the R4A. Where's the M3? R4A. What the heck? Oh, here it is. So that might take the place of the downpipe. Where to put that? That's this one here, right? That does not include the downpipe. What the heck? I need to find the downpipe, I guess, as far as for the clips or whatever the Mitsubishi was. Damn it! All right, so that's only this part. Which I don't. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Might have to reset that. Okay, so does that have what's that have for exhaust out the engine here? Where's the darn exhaust? Okay, let's turn the body off. That's right here. Okay, so we'd have to center orient that off of there. Okay, hold on a minute. We might have to remove that downpipe. Just move this guy. So let's set it to this. Gotta move this into position. Like so. So yeah, I think we can get this drive shaft to line up with that there. See what we can do with that. I wonder where it's going to orient this. It's probably going to orient it really weird in the back. That's about right. So where does that put that in the back here? Oh goodness. Alright, we're gonna have to rescale that. What is that scaled at? That's at a 1. Okay. Well, another thing we could do on the engine is scoot it forward. Okay, let's go back to the engine. I think I would still have to scale Oh man, is that gonna screw up the... Hold on. Oh no. It's gonna mess up the... drive axle there for... Okay. So we gotta line that up with this here. Okay. Gotcha. Well, let's line up this, I guess, as far as with that drive shaft, dude. Right? Oh man, this is all kinds of funky. Okay, so I guess we still got to change these over here too. Okay. All right, never mind. So, okay, that's all separate. Well, I need to get on the suspension. These need to be not drums. These need to be center powered. Yes, we need a power 2. These here. Oop. That's on this side. So that needs to be that. And also on the other side. That guy. That's what we need there. Okay. Oh man, there's some stuff in there. Okay, so so the other thing I was trying to accommodate is this here, so I'd have to scale that down. And again, it's kind of a bummer that we can't scale in just one direction. So if we scale it, it's going to actually make that that uniformly. I don't really need that. Yeah, I think that drive shaft should be... You might be able to get that to line up with this. I don't think that'll be an issue. This exhaust is giving me an issue though right now. You know, the other thing we could do, you just leave it as a straight pipe. Just don't put any exhaust on it at all. Just leave it as straight pipe. There's that option. Let's go back to parts. Yeah, we wouldn't need this downpipe because it already has this included in here. So if we change this to, let's do a 0.5. Yes, the problem is when you scale it that way, it's going to make it super small uniformly. That's not going to do us any good. That's not going to do us any good. Let's try a 0.7. So what we essentially would have to do... Oh, damn it. Wish there was an undo in this thing. Not what I meant to do. I want to make sure this is not clipping too bad. Okay, so that's that. That's okay. Move that forward. Like that. So we got this clipping. Let's move that forward. A lot of things to keep in consideration so it doesn't clip. Front drive not connected to the gearbox. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I don't have any of that. Not anything that's connected. As far as the front, yeah, we do have that. We did change those. So here's the front wheel, drive shaft on this one here. So those are all connected now. So we got that drive shaft going into that. The only thing we don't have is the rear. Oh, I see what you're saying here. You're talking about this here. Where does that go? Yeah, I think I see what you're saying now. We gotta go this here. What goes in there? So does that not go onto this? Oh, I see. So this here is got to line up with that. Okay, I remember now. Ayya, caramba. How the heck is that gonna work? We have to turn the engine completely around. Yeah, I see the problem now. So this would have to be lined up with this here. Oh boy. That's a problem. That may not work then. We don't have enough room to be able to accommodate that. Yep, I see what you mean now, Jackdaw. So yeah, what Jackdaw is referring to is the fact that this here, which is where the gearbox is for the front end, would have to line up with these CVs here. And we don't have enough room. We'd have to go like this. Get that to line up. And that's going to completely... Oh boy. Let me turn the body back on. Yeah, that's no good. That's going to make it poke to the front end there. That's no good. Why ain't that a bummer? That's a kick in the pants. Now, another thing I guess we could do, I don't think it'll allow for it, is the way this body is designed. Well, we even got the structure to deal with. We could move this back on the front end. Okay, let's entertain that for a second. There's a lot of things you'd have to change. So let's do front track. Where's the this would have to come down. Let me see here. Front track 22. No. So this would have to be right front. Which one is that one? Wheelbase. Front axle start. Yeah, this is the one we need. Gotta shift this back. That's gonna move the rear end too. Okay. So this would have to come back like this. Oh, okay, so what about the rear? Shoot, I didn't want that to move. Rear track. And then we have to adjust this one. Nope, that's gonna be side, so we'll leave that the same. Wheelbase, just this one. There we go. That's for the rear. I want to bring this back. Let's do 1.8, 0.9, something like that. Okay. Now, does that give us enough room to put this engine back where it needs to go? That's the other question. You can't really flip it around because the rear differential, I guess, as far as that's this way. So if you turn it around, that's not going to work. This is a four-wheel drive engine. I mean, it sounds like a simple fix, but that wouldn't be, because then you wouldn't be able to hook up the rear end. So we'll try this way. So let's turn the body off. See if we can line up the it'll be closer than it was. We need to line this up with there. Okay. Now the engine was at a 1.1 on the Mitsubishi. Okay, so that's somewhat lined up the way it needs to be. Yeah. Just don't worry about that downpipe. In fact, I'll just probably take that out of there. We don't need that. Downpipe. Get out of there. There we go. We're just playing around with this for now anyway. See what's possible. So something like that. And now we have the ability, I guess, as far as to hook up the drive shaft to that. How's it look in the engine bay? Ooh, it's still kind of quite a bit forward, I guess, as far as, so we'd have to do something with the radiator. Whoa, what the heck was that? You have to put it quite a bit way forward. See, and this doesn't look right. You'd have to change the track, I guess, as far as so that those are into the fender wells. Okay, so let's try that. You change the front track. So let's go back to the suspension. This would have to change. So we have to do 1.5. Okay, why is it raising it up though? Ooh. Yeah, so that's already got the tires peeking out over the fender. Oh my goodness, this is probably not gonna work either then. Such a bummer. Yeah. Yo, what's going on there, farmer guy? What's happening? We're just having a little bit of fun. We're trying to modify a Wllys here.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car!
What's that gonna do? What's that gonna do?
What for?
Yeah, what for? What is that gonna accomplish?
Time to do some sketchy
stuff. We're definitely doing some sketchy stuff.
To get away with it. Oh, but
Yep, we're definitely doing sketchy stuff today.
get her done.
We're trying to. We're definitely trying to. I'm about to yeet this out here because I'm not seeing any feasible options, I guess, as far as to apply to this Jeep Wllys. I really am not. And it's kind of a bummer because I was kind of hoping we'd have something. It's pretty limited on what you can put on this thing. Let's see. Let's just for the heck of it. Let's try height front. You don't wanna? Yeah, I know how that goes. Did you get that other job done yesterday that you had to go back to? So let's do this. Let's bring this down a little more. Oh wow, so we'd have to go something like that. We'd almost have to go negative on that. So let's do negative 0.01. Something like that. Just to make it look halfway decent. Yeah, I definitely don't like it. That looks goofy as heck. Just the way that clips through the fender. Yeah, we still got the engine still clipping through here. We'd have to take almost the radiator right out. Either that or probably put it behind the engine. That'd be weird. That would kind of defeat the purpose of keeping it cool. You did? You've got 5 to do today? Man, that's busy, busy, busy. Well, get to work. Don't let us keep you. Don't work too hard, though. Let's go to this. I move this out. We'd have to move this completely out. It doesn't clip through that grill, but pretty much eliminates putting a radiator in there at all if we went like this. So I don't think this is going to be a very good option. the more I look at it. So I'm starting to see what the problems you had there, Jack, though, I guess as far as with... So you did put the F-type in there? I'm going to reload this and see. I'm going to play around with the F-type. Just for giggles. Reload it. I think I'm done with that one. I'm not satisfied with it. Okay, so let's see. Let's do explode. Now, kind of funny because the only thing that really explodes is just the hood. You know, another thing I noticed on this thing here when we were working on it in the game, it doesn't give you the ability to take the roof off, but it does have a window in the back. Another thing. Yeah, just for giggles. Yeah, I think it would have to be just for giggles actually. So let's go to the engine, and let's see which one is the F-type. So it's not a 4x4. I don't think it's what it's listed as. So the 980, that's a Porsche engine. Someone had mentioned, I think, putting a boxer engine into it. I don't think that would work very well. Unless maybe that was a different car, I don't remember. Which one is it? Coyote, Land Rover. I never gave a you never gave a much of what it looked like. It's probably looks pretty silly. But like you said, probably just for giggles. There's the turbo. What is that engine called for the F-type? I thought it was labeled actually something F-type. It's like Pentastar. There's Zonda. Ira. Single overhead. This one's got a diesel. That is not four-wheel drive. Okay. What is this one? D420. What the heck is that one? I don't think I've ever worked on that one. There's the Wllys. Go electric on it. So, why am I not seeing the F-type? A-series. What in the world? What is this engine in? Eh? What is... What does that say? Oh, that's in the Wllys, okay. Rear mounted engine. Got it, okay. Bump, bump, bump. There's a Lotus. Excuse. Where is that stinking F-type? You know what? I'm gonna do it this way. Let's load up the Jaguar F-type. We'll find out. Let's find out what engine this has got. So this engine right here. That is not what I wanted to do. Hello? Get me out of here. How the heck do you get out of this? Oh my goodness. Oh, here we go. Wait. What's happening? That's better. So we want to do explode car. This engine right here. So what engine is this? Oh, it's an AJ. That's probably what I couldn't find. I was thinking it was labeled as F-type. So it's an AJ 133. Okay. Let's take a look at that one there. That's why I couldn't find it. So let's do that. Let's load back up on Wllys. Okay. And then engine. So that's the AJ133. Put a rotary in it. That'd be wild. Of course, that is only so it's non four-wheel. You go that route. So where is the AJ133? Probably looking right past it. There it is right there. So we do have this one here for the Land Rover. So is the one for the Land Rover, I guess, as far as all-wheel drive? Let's see. Yes? No? No. Looks like that's just the rear wheel. Turn the body off. Okay, that is just rear wheel. Gotcha. There's no transfer case. Right? Or does it? No. I'm just taking a look at that. So yeah, no transfer case on that one. So we'd have to go with the other AJ. Is this guy. This one's for the Jaguar F-Type. This one does... Right? Wait a minute. Why is... Is that... okay, that's that in there. Okay, let me check the other one here real quick. This is the Land Rover. So I guess you could use the Land Rover one too. This is where the front drive axle would go. This is the transfer case right here for that. Right? Just to confirm here, I need to look at the F-Type. Let me reload that. Oop. Yeah, that is the transfer case. Okay, so you could use the Land Rover or the one for the F-Type here. There's all that all-wheel drive is lined up there. This would have a double wishbone suspension. Okay. So which suspension does this have? So that one is F-Type. And then this one's a powered 7R and a 7L. That's interesting. I would think this would be the other way around. Okay. So 7R on the left, which I feel like that's backwards, but so this would be a short 4 F-Type. That'd be a double wishbone suspension. That would include all this here. So what's the scale? This is a 1. Okay. And then what type of exhaust are we looking at? Doo-doo-doo. Okay, so it is actually a V8 F-Type. Is that the same for the downpipe? Let's see here. To get an idea. So does that include the downpipe? Oh, son of a gun. Nope. So what's the downpipe? Yep. So it's downpipe V8 F-Type. Okay. So where's that located in here? There it is right there. So that is a scale of 1, just like the engine. Okay, this so All these parts here are labeled as a F-type. Got it. So from what I'm seeing too, is we could use the Land Rover one, or the one here for the F-type, as far as engines. I'm assuming the engine for Land Rover doesn't have the Jaguar engine cover. Let me see here. Yeah, this one's got a Land Rover cover. That's the only difference. So we could go with this one, or this one, as far as engines on now. So does that change this here too? Yep. So it adds more to it. I guess we'd probably use just the Jaguar. Just if we use the Land Rover, it adds all this to it. And we'll see what it looks like. So it adds this here for the air intake. May or may not work on our Wllys. Okay. Okay, let's see what we can do then. Let's do engine. Let's load up our Wllys. Have a little fun in the editor today. Okay, so what we want to do, turn that off. Go to engine. What we want is the AJ. I think it was a V8. Could have had a V8. 19 AJ 133, and let's try the Land Rover one just for the heck of it. Okay. So yeah, that's all gonna stick out there. So let's go body. Probably have to scoot it back, because that's to be expected. Scooter back. Yeah, I think we're gonna have too much on the front end here, just as far as to deal with having this engine. A little too much business up here in the front. Let's put that right about there. Yeah. Okay. How are we doing here? So we're already clipping through the floor. Okay, nab it. Alright, let's have to bring it down. Have to go something like that. Okay. I don't know. Maybe that could work. Let's see. Let's work with this here for a second. Turn this off. So, downpipe we don't need. Actually, I take that back. We do need to have the F-type downpipe. So go to parts. So the downpipe does need to be F-type. Where's that at? Alright, turbo. Where's that booger at? Why am I not seeing that? 6. So it was labeled as F-type. There it is right there. Boop. Okay, so there's that. So this, we'll have to move those accordingly. Here. That's not going to be too low. Okay, something like that. How's that looking so far? Yeah, it's going to be kind of low. So yeah, it's definitely going to look pretty silly. Now, unless we move it up. So because this is not sticking down so low. So let's go back to the engine. How much room we got here? So the hood itself is pretty tall, just as far, so we can go about that high. Let's try that out. See if that brings up our downpipe. Let's go back to parts, downpipe. Alright, let's turn that body off for a second. Get this lined up. Do. Default right. Yeah. Oh shoot! I hate when it does that. We start moving stuff that we don't want to. Yeah, so right about that. Cool. So how does that look? Turn the body back on. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. Okay, so for exhaust, we did have an F-type exhaust. There it is right there. Alright, so let's get this lined up. We'll probably have to mirror. Have to make another one of these. Yep, and mirror it. What do we got here? Okay. Oh wait, it is the whole thing. Got it. Oh, you got the number. Oh boy. Hold on. We're gonna have to shrink that down. We got a whole bunch of that sticking out of there. You know, I'm just thinking maybe we'll go straight pipe. I have to go straight pipe on that. Because if we scale that down, it's gonna look silly. Yeah. Might just go straight pipe on that. Let me go ahead and take this right out. Oop. We'll go straight pipe on it. Got that one. Oh, so we don't have anything stick off. Oh shoot! So we are sticking through here now. Now we moved it up. Okay, so we gotta adjust that now. You know what's really funky with this one here is it's got all this hanging off the front of this version. I'm gonna go with the go with this guy. That one doesn't have all that business on the front. Okay, so even with that, still a little too high, clipping through the floor. Alright, so let's see here. Let's get it to the point where we can not be clipping through the floor. Putting that right back to pretty much where it was. Well, that's a bummer. Okay, try changing this. Gotta find some room somewhere, I guess, as far as to get that downpipe to come up. Yep, so let's do that. And that means we'd have to do the same thing for the downpipe. Keep it a 1-to-1 scale. Yeah, we did a 0.9, that's right. This would have to come down. Okay, how does that look? Not really a whole lot we can do about this downpipe sticking down so low. If I went just like this, move the engine up. Try not to scale down the engine too much, because then it just puts it out of proportion to the reality scale. But it's only at a 0.9, so that's not too bad. You put 2 V8 OHVs in your Franken. You did 2? How the hell did you get 2? Can't even imagine putting just the 1. So we can go something like that. Now, just out of curiosity, let's change this back to, now we got the scale down. Go with this dude. Okay, that's not too bad. That's basically just changing the top end of it. Instead of the same Jaguar, have that. Because it's got all this business here. Okay, we could maybe work with this. Okay. So yeah, the front end and all that would still need to be changed. Now I forgot what all that was now. So it was for F-type, if I remember right. So let's go to suspension. So it was for F-type. PBX, yeah, this guy. What was this dude? Alright. Now. Oh boy, this is all oh my goodness. This is all clipping into the frame parts. Ah! Can't seem to get this to not clip to the floor. Such a bummer. Back to the engine. I want that downpipe right there. I feel like that's good. Have it somewhat tucked underneath, but kind of disallowing that. I would end up moving the servo. Not worried about that. So the servo would probably move over this way. Can't see any other way to be able to put that downpipe right there. Damn it. Let's go engine. Bro, there we go. Get this not clip. This one's still the Land Rover one. So do downpipe. Again, I'm not trying to scale it down so far from the reality size. That's my issue, I guess, as far as I don't want to go too small on the scale. Kind of defeats the purpose of having a bigger engine. I'm trying to see if it'll fit, I guess, as far as by having it very minimally rescaled. Let's do the parts. I mean, as easy as that would be to do, I guess, as far as that doesn't, in my brain doesn't say like if you scale it down that much, it's taking it away, I guess, as far as from the actual size, and it's defeating the purpose of putting a bigger engine than what it had. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I don't think we can get it to not be that low. Wonder if we can put. I think any of these downpipes might just end up being really low. Actually, hold on a minute. Now, what that'll probably do though is it probably narrows up this. So that's another thing with these downpipes. They're wide enough, I guess, as far as to accommodate the axle coming through to the transfer case. So the F-type will go like this, and this one went like that. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Let me see if this will work. Because we can actually still come up on this. So, but flange on that's different. Yep, flange on that's different. So it's got a different flange. Always something. Let's see here. 3, yeah. So these flanges are going to be different. The only downside with that. What about this one? Yeah, all these are going to have a different flange. V8. I think that's going to be pretty specific. We're going to have to use the F-type downpipe for this engine. Yeah, because all these flanges are not going to line up with the flange on this one. I mean, if you're okay with that, I guess, as far as probably still use it. But the whole idea with the flange is you want those to meet up, and then those would seal. As far as reality goes, lowest I have ever gone is 0.75, and that's just don't look right. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It kind of takes away from wanting to put a bigger engine. Yeah, when you go too low, why I try not to go too low. So even if I do 0.9, that's probably about the lowest I'd want to go on these type of engines in any car. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to use the F-type if we want the flanges to line up. Okay, where's that F-type? So we have to go with this one. Some of these parts are pretty proprietary in that regard. So we have to go like that. I don't think there's much we can do about that, unfortunately. Does look kind of gaudy looking though, I'll admit. So we have to keep the engine there if we don't want it to clip through the floor. Can't think of any other downpipe to put on that. What's going on there, Mud Digger? We're just playing around with trying to put a different engine setup, I guess, as far as in the Jeep Wllys, just for giggles. So far, we're not very successful. But how's your day going? Okay, so we already did put the proper front end. We do need to change out. Yep, we gotta go on the suspension. Oh, so this one was something 7R. Yeah, like this one right here. Double wishbone. That was this one. Alright, so that's that side. And then this one was 7L. This dude. Okay, so that gives us, that's this setup. And then the other thing we'd have to do, get the subframe kind of tucked up on up in there. Actually, I don't even know if we need to do that. You could probably leave the subframe like that. Yeah? That does look kind of goofy, though. I will admit. It does look goofy. I think I want to bring the subframe up just a little bit. So let's do front height. Where's that at? Front height. Height front. There we go. So what did we go with? We went with 0.06, something like that. Squat it down a little bit. Got that downpipe just, ugh, I don't like it. Tucked up that front end there just a little bit. So how does that look like on the double wishbones? Okay. A little bit funky, but okay. But it's kind of clipping through the frame. Not really a whole lot we can do about that. So unless we were to move out the front track, let's see here, we'd have to move the front track out. See by how much we can do that. $220, so this would have to go up, so I'm going 1.5. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna look nasty. So let's see what we got here. That's probably about as far as I want to go. As far as the size of the tire and in comparison to the fender. Oh, I don't know if I like that at all. So yucky. We need more options for solid axles. So instead of just having the one option, I guess as far as for the differential on this side, you need to have it on this side. That's a bummer. I really don't like that. I don't like this at all. I mean, it is just for giggles for sure, but I feel like I would have to move this way out so that the wishbones were like, where's that track? 1.7. They'd have to be something like this. Looks more like a moon buggy that way. It would be the fastest Wllys you've ever seen, right? That looks more like a moon buggy this way. I don't like it. But I think for to make even partial sense there, as far as to have the wishbones on this side of the frame. Yeah. And even then, I don't really like that. That's just way too far out. I was kind of hoping this would be a lot more adjustable. It really was. So I guess the only other thing we could possibly do which is kind of silly, is to take the Wllys engine and just torque mod it, I guess, as far as to make it you know, more base power on it, as opposed to just trying to put a different engine into it. That's the only other thing I can think of, because most of the things that I've seen so far that we try to apply this does not look right. Does not look right. It does kind of make me a little bit sad in a way, I guess, as far as that we don't have more options for like the simple front ends, I guess, as far as for four-wheel. Just out of curiosity though, I'm gonna reload this. Let's load up one of the Rams. I want to see how that one's done. So that would be, I think it is under the R's. I'm just curious. 1500 yellow sport. This one is a 4x4, right? Yep. So this one's got it super high, I guess, as far as up on the. So this one does have the third member on the driver's side. But we do have that double wishbone suspension, which, from what we've seen with the F-Type, that doesn't look very good on that Jeep. Does not look very good. So let's just see what this one's got. So it's a powered short 4. That would be the subframe. And then we got double wishbone on either side. Huh. I'm just wondering, so it's still got a subframe to deal with. That's our other issue, I guess, as far as on the Jeep anyway. We don't really need to have the subframe. We just want that axle. So this is similar to what we need just axle wise. Have it on this side. We don't need all that other business. So this is the powered short 4. Fixed DLC. Oh, I see. I just changed this here. Just looking at the different options here. Yeah, all these have subframes to it, which we don't really need one. We don't need a subframe. Let's see, for short. So yeah, we definitely want a powered. Alright. Oh, let's see. Old. Yeah, would have to be a powered one. How is this one powered? The heck? That doesn't look powered to me. Subframe, I don't know why that says powered. That one's powered. That's the drive axle. So, what other trucks do we have? I think we got the Jeep Wrangler. Check that one out. I'm kind of in this mode, I guess, as far as to do something with that Wllys. Well, let's try the Wrangler. What's going on with the Wrangler? What's this got? I think this one's got the Pentastar. Ooh, check this one out. So it does have this strut assembly, I guess, as far as on that. Wow. Get that, yeah, which engine does this have? That does have the Pentastar G, yep. So the first thing that stands out to me is just how high the engine is and the pitch of the drive shaft. So this is at a 1. So if we have to put it that high in the Wllys, that's not going to work for that floor that we got. That's definitely going to clip. It's either that or we'd have to bring it super duper low to the point where it's going to all show underneath, which kind of defeats the purpose of having a 4x4. What kind of exhaust does this have? What kind of exhaust? Downpipe V630. And this one is specific for the Wrangler. Got it. So this exhaust here is specific for the Wrangler. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work in the Wllys either. That pitch of that, yeah, the height of this, and to get that all to line up, it definitely clipped through the floor of the Wllys. Let's turn the body back on this one here. So this one's got quite a bit bigger cavity here, I guess, as far as to be able to do all that, which makes sense. That would be kind of neat though to put the Pentastar into the Wllys, just to kind of. I might still try it just to humor it, but I'm thinking it's probably not going to fit very well, just based on what I can see on this one. So what type of suspension do they have? So solid springs powered. Okay. So we got air suspension. So we would need to have a powered. Phone powered. Okay. So this one's center solid springs. Yeah, so that's one thing I noticed with this setup. Got these spring assemblies, strut assemblies, I guess, as far as on that. It's interesting. Okay. What the heck? We're gonna try this on the Wllys too, just to humor it. We've gone this far. That. Body. Let's load back up our Wllys. Now there really shouldn't be too much difference between this one and the Civilian, other than the fact that it's probably got the tools onto it. We loaded up the Civilian Wllys. It doesn't even have the back on it. Yeah, so no tools and no back on it. Okay, fair enough. I want to see the difference to our military one though. So let's see if we can put the Pentastar in this guy. See what that looks like. So Pentastar. Well, that was the, I think it was the G. A lot of engines to choose from. That says, where's that Pentastar? Oh, here it is right here. Yeah, Pentastar G. Now this is rear wheel. Okay, this must be the 4-wheel. There we go. There's this guy. And we can already see it's already poking through, which I kind of expected. Alright, so let's get that situated so it's not poking through. Yeah. So, is this Pentastar, is this a 6-cylinder or an 8-cylinder? I've heard of it, but I've never, looks like it's a 6-cylinder. That's a 6-cylinder. Would still be an upgrade for the Wllys, for sure. Okay, so let's do that. So, for the suspension, turn this body up. Go to suspension. It was that coil powered. This one's short off-road power. Short diff, I take that back. So here's the solid springs. That's this guy. That's what we would need for that. 2 hours in and still no closer. Really? Yeah, for real. I feel like there's an option here somewhere. It's just a matter of finding one. Well, that didn't clip as much as I thought it would. On the inside. So far we're looking good. Racer Batman getting a little bit, this actually doesn't look too bad that way. I thought maybe that would clip a lot more. So I forgot what type of downpipe it had. Oops. Let's go back to parts. What kind of downpipe did that have? So the exhaust was specific for the Wrangler. Can find that one. So that's Challenger. I forgot what the downpipe was though. Where's that Wrangler? Here it is right there. So this guy. This, move that in. And again. So yeah, this downpipe's not going to be the one we need. Trying to remember which downpipe it was now. I don't think it was specific for the Wrangler. No, I forgot which one it was. Bummer. I'm gonna have to go back to it. I can't remember which one it was now. Let me see if we can tuck this one in here though. So that downpipe is not correct. So the other thing we'd have to do is fix the corners of the suspension there. So we did get the proper axle. Oh, wait a minute. Can we keep the drums on now? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. How would this work? I just gotta see here. Turn that body off. So, okay. This is tied into... Oh, wait, no, it's not. Okay, never mind. I thought we were already hooked up here. I was like, holy smokes, that's cool. So we gotta move the front end back so that it ties in with the transfer case. So this has got to get hooked to this. Okay, so we're gonna have to slide that back. That means we're gonna have to change wheelbase. So let's go back to here. That's gonna be wheelbase. Actually, no. Front axle starts. The wheelbase will adjust the rear end. We need this guy. Let's move this back. Like so. Wind up with that. It's still not hooked up to it though. Oh no. So we might have to move the engine forward. Okay, how does that look on the body? Okay, so yeah, we can change the rear end. That's not a big deal. Do wheelbase. Move this forward. Go 1.9, something like that. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. So we're gonna have to move the engine forward to get this to line up with the transfer case. Engine. I already know that's not gonna work. That's gonna clip through the, so that's what I was concerned about. So we might have to move front end down. That's gonna clip. Actually, it's not that bad here. So if we move it forward, it might not clip that much. Okay, let's continue on that then. If we move it enough forward, it won't clip. Oh, for crying out loud. Right now I'm just trying to get this this lined up here with the transfer case. Something like this. Yeah. So. Something like that. Now how does that look on interior? Ooh, she's clipping just a little bit. Just a little bit. So what we will do to accommodate that, let's move the front end forward just a little bit. So we'll go on the track for the front end start. Move this forward a little bit. A little more. Okay. Then, whoops. Our engine back forward. Something like that. Okay, now we're not clipping. Actually, just a little bit. Just every little bit. Okay, so how are we doing here? Okay, we're getting pretty tight on here, I guess, as far as against the radiator. And move it a little bit more forward. Want to get it to where it's not clipping. There we go. Ooh, so we got to move the radiator. Where's the radiator? Radiator, where are you at? There it is. Forward a little bit. Give it a little breathing room. Hey, that's tight in there. I don't even think you can get your hand stuck down in there. Not clipping through the drill here. Okay. So the only thing I don't know yet, I guess, as far as which downpipe we need. So let's go back to exhaust. For the Wrangler. Okay, this might be an issue. Get this slid over. This might be an issue. Don't worry about that downpipe. We gotta change that yet. Body off. Key thing is we got the transfer case. We got all the differentials lined up there. I think we can get that lined up there. Problem, I think. So this is not what I was worried about. Is this transfer case would clip through the floor, which it doesn't seem to. So that means we should be able to get that hitch to that drive axle. Okay, so where is our exhaust at? The heck is it way up here? Okay, so where is... Well, right here. And right there. So... What the heck? Okay, so the downpipe we need for this one here is probably okay, I think I get it. So was that a specific downpipe? I don't remember now. I don't think it was. I'm gonna have to go back in there and find out what that was. I cannot remember the downpipe in that Wrangler. Does, but I didn't get the name of that downpipe. So if we can get the right downpipe for this here to tie into the exhaust, and this is what we'll have. I might have to scale that down. What's this? One, we did not scale the engine. Okay. Depending on how that downpipe is on this engine will determine whether or not we'll go with this exhaust. Okay, let me see if I can get this moved up a little more. I would have to go with like this. Just getting an idea of where this would have to be. Okay, so we can stick with the same rear end. Ooh, yeah, see, I don't think that downpipe is going to be... This exhaust may not work for what we want to do. That probably is not going to work. Alright, so at least we know. Just move this out of the way for a second. I'm going to take this downpipe bit out of the way. I just want to see what we got here without these. So this seems to work pretty good. So if we can get the downpipe in there, I think we can make this work with the Fenistar. How does the shocks look here? How are we looking on those? Okay, those are right here. That's a little bit funky, but I think it could work. We might even be able to... Hold on a minute. So we could move that out a little bit so that's at least on the other side of the fender. And then that'll line up this with the frame. Yeah, let's see. Let's try that. So we're going to go on the front track. Let's put this to... So this to 1.5. Ooh, that's pretty close. 5.5. 1.6. Yeah, I was thinking something like that. This way we could have this into the frame. Ah, crap. that shock go? The shock is still kind of clipping. Not a lot though. Okay, how are we looking on this part? Okay, I don't hate it. I'm just wondering if this would be better just on the inside or on the outside. Because right now that's sticking way too far out. I'm thinking more on the sticking on the inside part. So if we put this to 1.2. Oh! What did I do? What the heck? Where'd my truck go? Ah, no. What did I do? Hello? Oh, that sucks. Where the heck did it go? I took that out of there. What? Oh, that sucks. Oh, for crying out loud. So I'm gonna have to reload the darn thing. That starts it all over. Damn it! I don't know why it did that. Anyway, so let me just play around with this suspension here again at least. That kind of stunk. So let's do this. So we had... Yeah, where's the one with the springs? Oiled power, that's this guy right here. Alright, this is what we're working with. So, we had it at 1.9 on the axle start. Brought that back, yep. Just at a 1.9. Wait, what? No, that wasn't right. I forgot where that was. Maybe it was just at a 1. One of them I had at a 1.9. I can't remember which one. Anyway, so let's do this. We're trying to get these tucked in on the inside. So the front track, if we go 1.1, 1.2, that's where I screwed up. So let's try 1.2. What about a 1.5? Okay, 9. That might be tucked in a little too much there. Okay, let's do 2, something like that. That's still coming through on this side. Two, 1. Oh yeah, so probably a 2-1. Have to be something like that. Doesn't give me a whole lot of turning radius on the steering though. If we do that. That's one thing I take it. Not a whole lot of turning radius there. So if you turn the tire, that's going to clip into the frame. The only side of that. But I do feel like it would probably be better to have these on the inside rather than the outside. Because to put them on the outside, these tires would be sticking way out past the fender. So, darn it, get this lined up there. So if we go like this, whoops. I think that's too far out. .6. That would be goofy looking. We'd almost have to bring this down, So that the top of this would be the top of the fender. Yeah. Okay, so that means on the height. You know what? Hold on a minute. We can probably change the spring height, spring length. So right now it's at 0. We'll hit this one here in a second. So 2. What does that do? I don't know what that does. Let's put this back to 0. Okay, so height front. Down. 0.1. That's too much. 0.05. 6. So what I'm attempting to do is just to get this to touch the top of that fender just a little bit. Does look goofy looking, I'll admit, but kind of a better option that way. Out of all of them that we've tried. That's still clipping through here. Yeah, that's not going to work. We'd have to bring this out a lot more. And this is clipping through here. Oh, okay, so let's try 0.2. And then track 1.5. Oh, that could be 1.65. Just move it out this way. And this thing's a tough one to create a config for, that's for sure. Tough one. Trying to balance on one thing, I guess, as far as the other one gets, something else gets out of whack. Okay, let's try 1.75. Put it that way. It did it again! What are you doing, bro? Why does it do that? I don't understand that. It freaking went away again. Oh my god, this is crazy. Reload. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I've never had that problem before. I do think the Pentastar is probably going to be the better option. It's just a matter of getting the suspension set up correctly to work with it. Alright, let's put that suspension back in there. That one was the QoL. This guy. Alright, here we go again. Stop doing that, I guess, as far as it just... I don't know how it just yeets the whole thing out of there. That's kind of weird. Can't remember what everything we had it at. And it keeps resetting everything. I keep forgetting all the numbers. We had so many numbers. I think this was at 1.5. We did have to change the height. Just making sure I get the right numbers. Right front. So this was at a positive number. Alright. So we did try 1.75. Or it went bonkers on us. There we go. I don't like how far the tires are sticking out that way. Load that. definitely looks more like moon buggy. Plus it's still clipping through here. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to get that to fit properly. Oh, this is looking weird. God, it's such a bummer. I had so many expectations for this. Nothing seems to work. Make it look halfway decent, yeah, other than making it look super goofy. So there was, hold on a second, let's go up here. I don't know what the difference between those two are. Well, the unfortunate thing is we gotta have some type of spring. So either it's this type of spring or a leaf spring. But we only seem to have the one leaf spring powered option. So let's take a look again here. It's a rare. So solid, break this power. How does that look? This one's a power. Hold on a second. Turn that body up. Really? Okay, hold on a minute. Change that engine. That's the Pendestar. Man, we're throwing everything out we can think of at this thing. Okay, where's that Pendestar again? Right here. So rear wheel, we need this guy. Okay, so they're the discs, I guess, as far as... That's probably not going to work. That's going to be very specific for certain engine. Yep. Good. Look, it's got like dual It's interesting. Suspension. You got the drum brakes. Front. Forward. I'll do that. I think we would need short diff power DLC. Oh, whoops, that's not what I want. Getting this all screwed up now. So many parts that just won't work. Double wishbone. See, that would have to be a powered. Yep. Wishbone power. That would have to be something like that. All kinds of. That's not gonna work. Oh, so bummed out. Don't know why this is. I had much better expectations for us. I just don't really think there's gonna be a feasible option without making it look like two Frankenstein. Super bummer. So the only other thing I can think of, like I mentioned before, is just to take this engine And go to here, we could just torque mod it so we can increase the base power on it. The only other thing I can think of to do. Because I think putting a different engine into it, I guess as far as to get everything else that would go along with the engine, I guess as far as to line up and look halfway decent, it's just hardly not possible. Very limited on this this body for this Wllys. So I think maybe we'll entertain that. So just to play around with this, if we were to torque this up, 60 horsepower is the base. If we put this on a torque mod of 2, that should be 120. 24. That's one thing I can think we can do to this one. Just to kind of, then we could put performance parts onto it. I mean, we don't have to go super crazy like an actual bigger engine, just to give it more power, I guess, as far as in that base. Got to be realistic, I feel, I guess, as far as with it being a Wllys engine. So I think this would be kind of neat, I guess, as far as to do this as a base and then add performance parts to it, which I think there are performance parts for this Wllys. If I do remember right. So that's kind of where I'm at, I guess, as far as with making this, I guess, as far as get a little bit more power. It's just a boost up, I guess, as far as the Wllys engine. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna exit out of this. Not gonna save that, of course. Obviously, we're gonna save a different. So hold please. I guess as far as we're just gonna get this. We're gonna find this engine, or find this Wllys. So let's get to the proper directory here. Whoops. Okay. Alright, so getting into the proper directory here gets as far as for our game install. Streaming assets, cars, and we want to look for Jeep Wllys. This military, so it's only going to have the one config. What we all want to do is copy this, paste it, and make a corresponding body config for it as well. What is in this body config? Okay, the front bumpers are stuck. Okay, that's cool. Very simple. Let me rename this guy. Body config. It says it'd be config 1. These are in succession. Okay, and then we need to copy this dude. Got to have a corresponding body config with your config. Okay, so we'll make this body config 1. Cool. So now we got our two files, and I want to rename this config. We're going to do this one as a special, just so we know which one we need to load in the editor. This one can be found in call order 1, so pretty early in the game, I guess, as far as level 1, in the barn, junkyard, and auction. Not at the salon. It does not spawn there. Let's do file save. On that config. Didn't really need to do anything with the body config, but just as long as we do have that corresponding one there to it. Let's load this up into the editor. Go ahead and launch the editor. And we can just load up that config we just created. So if anybody's got any configs that they've done, I guess as far as with that Wllys, feel free to share the screenshots. over in the Rock Nation Discord. I'm kind of curious to see, even if it does look silly, kind of curious to see what y'all come up with. Anywho, so okay, now we want to load up our special. This is the one we want to edit. The only thing I'm going to do, like I already pointed out, is just to torque it up. Put this on a 2. That gives us 124 horsepower at the base. And then once we find this, we can actually add performance parts to it. We'll see what kind of horsepower we can get out of that. Cool. So we're going to save this one up like that. So we took a little bit more simpler approach on here. I don't think there's really anything more. Probably the only other thing I would want to do on this, now that I think of it, is probably move that brake servo. Yeah, explode that. I'm gonna move this over. Kind of a goofy spot for that to be anyway. So we're gonna move this over this side, like so. Everything else pretty good to go. It's already got a nail purple and all that stuff to it, so don't really need to do anything else. Let's save it that way. Cool. Let's save that. Of course, we can always make changes too, even after we acquire it. If we find we want to move something or add to it, we can always do that too. Alright, let's see if we can find this thing now. So maybe not as thrilling, I guess, as far as to try and put a bigger engine into it and make it look good. But we can at least find this one, put some performance parts to it. Okay, so yeah, as we already pointed out earlier, I guess as far as that Rims 2 DLC came out, I'll take a look at it just for the heck of it. It did kind of update the game, I guess, as far as to the point where it borked the melon loader. What kind of rims it's got into this thing? See, a lot of these just look pretty similar to what's already in the game. So apparently there's 120 rims in this this collection. I don't know, a lot of these still look the same to me and was what's already in the game. That one looks a little different. That looks similar. I don't know. For anyone that does get that, I guess as far as there you go. The Rims DLC. Alright, let's whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Let's load this up. I don't have the other Rims DLC either, so I guess it's if you like it, go ahead and get it. Just glad I got the game running back here, I guess, as far as when I initially launched it up there and I had all the problems with the I wasn't sure what was going on actually. And once I went over the Red Dot Discord, I saw what the problems were, I guess, as far as with the game being updated and the melon loader going to poop. Alright, so inventory's clear. We want to see if we can go find this special one that we just made. So I want to make some room. I'm gonna let's put our IROC Z away. This one we did work on. Let's see, we've got this one too. We did. Yeah, we did end up putting the performance transmission into that guy. For the most part, we got all that base power, a little bit more, I guess. Yeah, with that. Pretty fun car to work on. Oh, you know the other thing I did want to check on this one, it was supposed to be updated to... Yeah, let me see if this works. So between the front and rear bumper, it was putting us outside of the paint booth. I just want to see if this works. See if it's been updated. Paint parts. Yep, that has been corrected. I just wanted to confirm in here. So, for those of you that remember previously, it was putting us outside, like in the field in the back. So yeah, that's been corrected there, at least on the front. What about the rear? The rear bumper, same deal. So yeah, that has been corrected. Nice. All I want to do is check that out. I did put a query out, I guess, as far as for the creator of this IRAC, so I guess as far as that was happening for us, and they've graciously corrected that. Cool deal. Let's put these items back in. Oil bumper. And deploy. Ta-da! This should be back to 100%. Oh yeah, so part of the reason why this interior's down low is so with that steering wheel. I don't have the police DLC, put that in there properly, so I just left that one in there. That was the only fault with this one. It's only a fault of my own. It's not a fault of the mod itself. So let's put this to here, and I'm going to swap some things around here. Let's put this dude into... Put him in here. Good spot for it. And then we'll go ahead and move our Wllys over. We're going to see if we can find our modified one. Okay, that'll leave a spot open for us for find our modified Wllys. That turned out really good on that color. As far as all the subdued parts, that looks pretty legit military. Other than the back tire. That's about the only thing we have not. Alright, cool. So let's go ahead and see if we can find this one. Let's go to salvage auctions. I always had a lot of luck here, I guess, as far as the salvage auctions. We get lucky this time, so we got a standard one of those. Got a Wrangler. Come on, Wllys. Okay, no Wllys on the salvage auction. What about standard auction? Rest of Mod 2. This is one of our own creations of that 57 Bel Air mod. Okay, so we got just the standard. So this is not our own config. So ours will say special. Okay, so that's not what we're looking for. Alright, so nothing at the auctions today. We'll check out a barn. So we're under 100. We're under 100 barns at this point. Might have to boost up our barns maybe again. Our barn maps. Been going to a lot of barns. I'm trying to picture the two V8 OHVs. You did you Frankentined them. I'm trying to picture that. What's going on here, Darian? Alright, so let's go check out a barn. See if we can find our modded thing for Wllys Jeep. Anything loose? Nope. Alright, so that is definitely not a Wllys Jeep. So we did confirm too, I guess, as far as in the config, that it is possible to find it in the barn. That's definitely not a Wllys. Currently, we're looking for our modified Jeep Wllys, I guess, as far as that we created in the editor. That's definitely not a Wllys. Ah, what the heck? We're gonna go some of these files so we can find a crate. So we've tinkered around a little bit there, Darian, I guess, as far as with trying to create our own version of the Wllys with a bigger engine. It didn't work out too well. So we just kind of upped the power on the Wllys engine and went that direction instead. There's our crate. Good deal. At least we won't leave empty-handed. So no Wllys in this barn. We got our crate. Let's head back here to the house. We'll check that out. Maybe we'll get another barn. Replenish our barn mats. We're under 100 now. You know, your premium ran out. Wait, what ran out? The thistles. When you got a new headset with the mic, so I finally don't have to talk. Oh, I gotcha. Nice. Okay, let's open up our crate and see what we get out of this. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by a stove. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. A little bit of XP. Level 123. Let's go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by a stove. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And some XP. Try to get back up to 100,000. We never did really hit that. Never did really hit that. So let's check out another salvage auction. And we'll probably at some point here squeeze in, I guess, as far as a junkyard. But I like to save that for last. You got premium for 14 days and it ran out. What premium on what? What are we speaking of a premium on? What'd you get premium on? Any Wllys? No Wllys in the salvage auction. Alright, what about the normal auction? Bummer, nothing here either. No Wllys at all. Okay. No problem. So, I don't know, we'll go to a junkyard. We'll try to go to a junkyard and see what we can find. Why not? We'll throw it in the mix. Oh, on your Xbox One, I got you. I see what you mean. Yeah, we have PCs. We don't have to worry about that. Premium, though. This sounds good. Alright, so what we wanted to do, let's go check out a junkyard. Let's see what we got at the junkyard. There's a raffle. Do you know the new DLC, the police DLC? There's a Lamborghini. I'm aware of it. I don't have it though. I am definitely aware of it. So there's a battery that is red. So that's chargeable. Might have to see if we can find that. Let's see what kind of cars we got in here though. Definitely not a Wllys. I'm gonna look at the cars first, and we'll do a double round, I guess, as far as for. Wait, is that a McLaren? Sure is. Standard too. How much they want for that one? That sounds about right. Cool. All right, so we already have one of those. We are on the lookout for a Wllys. Modified Wllys. So far, no Wllys. Nothing down the aisle. Nope. Nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah, we'll do another run around, I guess, as far as see if we can find that battery. Hey, somebody finally joined that raffle. I wonder if anybody's going to join. Oh, look at that. Right there. That's beautiful. First pile. Let's see if we can find a map while we're at it. Map will be in the first box. That's crazy to just find that. Like, bam! That was lucky. Yeah, it's been a while, so we did some junk picking. So at this point here, we're just looking for the map in that box. Just a real crook run around, I guess, as far as you can find the map. Not that we really need to, just, I don't know. We're below 100 now, so I feel like we gotta restock on those. Making sure I didn't miss anything. Your top 5 DLC I will get for Car Mechanic 21. Yeah, if you don't have the Drag Race DLC, you should definitely get that. I highly recommend that one. What's going on there, Booth? J Booth, what's going on? So you're gonna get the Police DLC, Ford DLC, and the Pagani. Highly recommend that Drag DLC. That should be one of your top picks, I guess, as far as for that. We've had a lot of fun there with the Drag DLC. Now, you will get the Paganis, I guess, as far as with the Drag DLC, but you won't be able to, you know, own those unless you do have the Pagani DLC. But sure, you might have already been aware of that. Do. So far, no map. We did find the battery though, so that's cool. Just chilling, nice. Yeah, we were chilling a little earlier, trying to reconfigure a Jeep Wllys. So we decided to just ramp up the power, I guess, as far as on the standard engine. So we're doing a round robin, I guess, as far as see if we can find that configuration we created. Right now, I'm looking for to see if I can find the map. Check the cubby hole. Nothing in the cubby hole. Yeah, if we find the map, it's fine. If we don't, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. There it is. Cool. Alright, so we got our map and our battery. This is chargeable. That's a chargeable battery, so. I remember when the game first came out, there was no drag race. Nope, there sure wasn't. The only races that you could really do was just on that the test tracks. I remember about having the drag DLC. Ooh, Jay Booth sneaking out with that squeaking out, I guess, first with that raffle. GG's. Get those fluids built up, I guess, as far as for this month. I guess as far as to get yourself in that top 5. GG's. When I first placed, there was no drag. Yeah, I mean, the drag DLC didn't come out for a little bit after the game was released. I forget when exactly it came out, but yeah, it definitely didn't come out right away. Where do I want to go now? Let's go check out the salvage auctions again. Oh wait, whoa, hold on. We did get our map and our battery. We gotta charge our battery. Let's charge that guy. Get that one charged while we're on our way to, and then the map. Put that guy away. Yep. That should get us back to 99. Yep, we're good. Let's go check out these car auctions. I feel like there's more DLCs on PC than Xbox. There might be. I can't say so much for consoles. Let's see. So we're looking for a Wllys special. Military special, mind you. Okay, nothing at the salvage auction. Let's check out regular auction. So, special military Wllys. Damn, so nothing here. Bummer. Yeah. A quick look. That was a quick visit. We'll, of course, check out another barn. Just throw the hunt, trying to find the car that we want to work on. Yeah, the fact that there was the Rims DLC that just came out for... I assume it's for both PC and console, I'm not sure. Last time I played this game was April 23, so it's only been a couple of years. Yeah. There's a lot of new cars coming out on the Steam Workshop. I just put one of them away, the IRX-Z. The 90 Camaro RX-Z, really cool car. It does require that police DLC with the steering wheel, but because I don't have the police DLC, I just kept that steering wheel that it came with. I guess as far as it's just not new, I can't buy it because I don't have that police DLC. But other than that, I'm gonna sell a deal. Let's go check out a barn. Still on the lookout, I guess, first for it. Go ahead. Come on, player. I gotta reset that. There we go. Wait, which DLC was that? Why don't I have some? Some of them I just don't care for. I don't see the point in it. Like the Rims DLC, I feel like a lot of the rims that are in those DLCs, they're pretty similar to what's already in the game, with exception of maybe a handful. You know, for example, Police DLC, it doesn't really. I think what turns me off with that one is it doesn't really have any working lights or sirens. It's like, why call it a Police DLC? I guess as far as it doesn't have that. You know, just for example. So, we got a pickup truck and this dude. We got a Wllys in here by chance? Nope, no Wllys. So, let's just check some piles. Yeah, I guess I just don't find it necessary to get a DLC if it's not some... Oh, look at that. Found the crate right away. Beautiful. Was anything loose? No. No problem. So, we did get... checked out the cars. Got our crate. Let's just head back to the house. At least we got our crate. Do you care about the Ford DLC? Sure. I'm a Chevy guy, so I've learned to appreciate it, I guess, as far as pretty much all the cars to some degree. Some are a little bit crazier to work on, I guess, as far as in others, and I guess that's comes with reality. Like on the Paganis, for example, they do require, I guess, as far as to take some top-end stuff to even put the oil into it, as far as the top end of the engine. A little bit different than what we're used to, but so let's go ahead and open up our crate, see what we get out of this crate. I'll take another barn map. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a ticker by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Got another crate, another chance. Excuse me? I would just do that. That's fine. I did not mean to do that. It's my bad. But we got another crate, though. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a ticker by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate. That's 2. So 8 is my record on these. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a ticker by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. There's our barn map. Sweet. We got another crate, though. I got my barn map I was hoping for. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a ticker by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Oh. That's 3. 8 is the record. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a ticker by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another barn map. Sweet, we get all our barn maps back. Next crate, so we're up to 3. And we get 4. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another barn map, though. Sweet. I think we're caught up now. We're back up over 100. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate. That's 4. And we get 5. Do I hear 5? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another barn map. Yeah, we're definitely over 100 now. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Can we get number 6? Look at that. We're on a roll here. So we got 6. And we get 7. 8 is the record. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Can we get number 7? I'll take it. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. Holler, let him go. Can we get number 7? Nope. We got up to 6. I think that's the highest I've been, I guess, as far as in quite a while in the crates. Alright, so we got all these barn maps now. Sweet. We're going to check out another auction here. So we're definitely up over 100 now again. I never know if they ain't Hemi pistols or... Wait, what? What do you mean the Hemi pistols? Plating Lamborghini car mechanic sim 21 for... Yeah, you got me confused there, Darian. I'm not sure what you mean. On both counts. As far as you're considering, I guess, as far as to get a Lamborghini? Oh, pistons? I think they've got them, from what I've observed anyway, they got the Hemi pistons in there because they're domed, as opposed to just being not domed, I guess, as far as in comparison. It just depends on the engine. They go in, the Hemi pistons go in more than just the Hemi engines, right? So that's what I've come to observe. Where do we say we're going? We're going to go check out a car auction. Go check that out. See what's going on with that. Salvage auction. We're looking for that military Wllys special. Nope, so not in this auction. Okay, let's check out the regular auction. That's the standard. So we're looking for the special. Dang it. So that was close. And not quite. Right. So we can find the standard, but not the special. Bummer. Alright, so I guess we'll go check out a junkyard. We'll throw that junkyard in the mix. That's part of our round robin. Every V8 Hemi engine I made, no DLCs, they don't... Yeah, I've noticed that too, Darian. I've noticed that. I think there's one engine, though, when I do remember. There's at least one engine, and I forget which one it is. I forget which one it is. There is one of the Hemi engines that does use it. But I also remember the CGM, either the supercharged or non-supercharged, that uses Hemi pistons. I can remember which one it is. So we did not get anything at the auction. Let's check out the junkyard. Still trying to find that car, that Jeep, special Jeep. I remember I got that battery still on the charger. Okay, got anything loose? No. Alright, let's see what kind of cars we got here. Well, this one's at C10. This one is the street one. We already have one of those. That one's pretty well picked over. So we're looking for that Jeep Wllys. What's this one? Not what we're looking for. Oh, you're bidding on one? I kind of figured that was car mechanic. So for 100K, depends on it, what kind of star it is. That's a 5-star. That might not be too bad. Yep, definitely not a Wllys. I feel like we're pretty well caught up on our maps now. We got quite a few maps out of those crates. Feeling pretty good about that. Which one's this one? That's our V8 special that we did. Ooh, looks like most of the engine's there. Look at that. Looks like most of the engine's in there. That's kind of unusual. So yeah, that's that V8 special we did for that Nissan 350Z. Yeah, so what, was that a 5-star Lamborghini? Out of curiosity. Not that we really need the map, but if it's here, we'll go ahead and take it, of course. So, yep, unfortunately, I don't think we got any Wllys in here. Oh, you know what? Wait, did we have this off the... Hold on a minute. Oh, I did take that off there. I'm gonna take that starter. Taking that. Fix that up. That way we don't have to leave empty-handed. Okay, we're good. No Wllys in here today. I thought you already went. I thought you were already going once, going twice. And I was inquiring it. Is it a 5-star Lamborghini? If it's not a 5-star, I wouldn't pay 100K for it. I'd only bid on 100K Lamborghini if it was a 5-star. Okay, let's fix up this starter. And I think next we'll check out that salvage auction again. Whoops, wrong bench. And I broke it anyway. Oh darn it! Whatever. That's par. That's my luck. We'll have to go ahead and scrap it now. Bummer. That kind of made me sad. Whatever. Okay, so that's scrap. Okay, let's see if we go to... Yeah, we're well over 100 on those. Let's go check out another salvage auction. What's going on there? Salvage auction. Come on now, give me that Wllys. Special military Wllys. Okay, nothing here. Let's check this one. Got some cool cars though. Not what we want. 5-star one of those. So yep, still nothing at the auction. Go check out a barn next. Can't even play Car Mechanic Simulator or get any DLCs because I don't, You just said you had premium, I thought. I thought you said you just had premium. You lying to me? Yeah, let's go check out a barn. Got over 100 now. Were you fibbing? Oh, you ran out of premium. I guess I misunderstood that. I guess I just misunderstood it. Ooh, what do we got here? Ford GT40. We got one of these already, I think. I'm pretty sure we do have one of these. That's a nice, yeah, we ended up putting a little bit lesser tall tires on it. I think it looks better. This one looks more like a moon buggy this way. What it reminds me of, anyway. Come on, we got a Wllys in here? Nope. That's a Roadrunner, I think, isn't it? Yep. 440. Nice. What else we got in here? That is definitely not a Roadrunner. This one's the Drag. Street. Take that back. That's our Street P10. We already have one. Yep, definitely already have one. Okay, let's check a couple crates. See if we've got a couple pauses to find the crate. Yeah, pretty good. Premium for 14 days, but it ran out. So he had it for, so it was like a trial thing. I think I get what you mean now. I misunderstood. I think I read it as it ran out 14 days ago. I think that's the way I read it originally. Oh, that's my bad. So what do we got around the Roadrunner? Looking for that crate. If we find it, great. If we don't, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. There it is. Cool deal. Alright, we'll take it. Take our crate and head back to the house. Well, we got up to 6 on that last crate we got. That was pretty cool. I don't know why you can't repair windshields. To wash the windows, it should be repaired. I don't think that's how that works. Windows don't really get repaired just by washing them. I mean, if they're just flat out dirty, that's one thing. But in order to get them to 100%, they got to be replaced. I mean, that sounds pretty legit. So let's open up our crate. See how we do in this one. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a ticker by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ooh, good chunk of credits. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a ticker by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And our barn map. Nice. Cool deal. Alright, so, salvage auction. Check out that salvage auction. Makes sense in your brain? Yeah, sure it does. Now, unless it's like maybe plexiglass or maybe Lexan, those can be repaired per se. I guess as far as it's a little bit cheaper than glass. But I guess there's that too. Let's see. Okay, nothing here at the salvage auction again. So we found the standard one, military, twice. Here's a third time now. Standard military Wllys, but not the special. Looking for that special. Nope. So no standard. We only seem to be finding the standard. Bummer. Okay, so nothing here. And we'll check out the junkyard again. Junkyard coming up. Question is, can we find this thing? Alrighty then, so came up empty-handed there at the auction. Let's go check out the junkyard. Junkyard it is again. There's a window machine. You can make repair windows. I don't know if it'd be a machine so much, unless you're dealing with Lexan or plexiglass. I don't know about a machine, but there's a lot of windows and different glasses are for cars, I guess, as far as they're contoured. That'd be kind of tough to do, unless you do like Lexan or plexiglass. Okay, so let's see what kind of cars we got here. Nothing on the porch. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing here. Slim picking so far. Nothing there. What do we got here? Porsche Carrera GT. Pretty well picked over. Definitely not a Wllys. Well, this looks like a bare frame. That is a bare frame. Yeah, grande punto. I'll have to get this one. I don't think I'm going to speed run this today, but we'll leave it in our project garage to do a speed run on that at some point. So let's go ahead and buy this guy. Pretty cheap. Of course we gotta buy it. Let's put that in our garage. Actually, I put that in the wrong spot. Whoops, that's alright. We'll get it swapped over. So that'll be a speed run at some point. We've always made that point, you know, so this is a long tail McLaren. Yep. This one's probably... that's a good million at least. Wait a minute, why is it not giving me... there it is. This should be a good million. Oh yeah, almost 1.5 million. Gotta have some monies for those cars. Do 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 do. Oh, it doesn't look like we have a Wllys out here today. No Wllys. Check a couple files on our way out. Kind of bums me out. I wrecked that one starter we did fine. Okay, well I think we're good here. Check out another car option. Get some round robins going. So we do got that bare frame car we just picked up too. I put that in the on the lift, I guess, as far as by mistake, so we'll put that in our project garage. Yep, so we'll just put this in our project garage for now. Let's move that in here. And just to confirm. Yep, got it right there. We'll build that one. I think we'll save that for next week. I really want to find this Jeep Wllys special. So let's do... oh shoot, that's not what I wanted. Oh well, we'll come here and just check out the salon here for... that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do the car salvage auction. Groovy. Let's check out Jeep Wllys military special. So there it is. And there she be. So if we look at all the stats to it, you can see a little bit more than twice the power of the base Wllys. And we did move the servo over. So yep, we know it's here. Alright, let's head back. Know it is possible. Be able to find one of these. McLaren's gave us so much, but it costs so much. Yeah, it sure does. No lying there. So I meant to go to the car salvage car auction, so we'll go check that one next. Yeah, so unfortunately we did have a little bit more expectations, I guess, as far as to do something more with this. Now, with that being said, I guess as far as it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to put like bigger tires on this one here. know, do some like mud boggers on that one. That would be kind of silly. We put it on here, or even our one that our special one that we find. Well, it's got that option, I think. So let's do car auctions. There's still some room for improvement on that deal, anyway. Okay, come on, Jeep Wllys. No more standards. I need the special. Every time I see this now, I always think that's the Wllys. Nothing here. Oh, Wllys. Dang it, we keep finding these standards. Why no special? Give me the special. So annoying. Anyway, so nothing here at the auction. Keep finding the standards, though. Did make sure it gets as far as it is possible to find that special in there. We just copied the that standard thing, actually. We know it's possible. Okie dokie then. So that was the auction. Let's do a barn. Doing a barn. Round robin. I'm kind of curious too if they would show up in a call order. Oh, we got a taxi over here. Crown Vic taxi. Check that out. That is not what the taxi DLC necessarily. It's just in-game car model there. That's another one we don't have is the taxi DLC. That's definitely not a Wllys. We should have one more car in here. And that is definitely not a Wllys. This is our Restomod. That's the EVC one. We got one of those. Alright, let's see if we can find the crate. Where's the front of the barn? Right over here. Okay, cool. Start from there. Check a couple piles. We find the crate. Good deal. If we don't, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. So far, we've been pretty lucky, I guess, as far as finding the crate in the barn visits. We haven't had to leave empty-handed yet. First time for everything, though. There it is. Cool, we'll take it. Beautiful. So no Wllys in this one. We did get our crate, though. I didn't stutter. I don't think I did. If I didn't make any sense, I guess as far as let me help to clarify. We're getting quite a bit work done, I guess, as far as in the off stream with the Gen 2 Camaro. I've started the process of really fine-tuning on creating a frame. The frame, I guess, as far as for this one, instead of just having it like unibody. You know, as far as just like solid panels, if you will. Darian trying to get that snowball fight going. I'll get on that action.
Racer Batman says Drocken steer, Drocken sports car, roll Drocken sports car, roll Drocken sports car, roll Drocken sports.
Nice. Oh, she didn't say the rest of it, though. Anybody want to get on the snowball fight? I'll get on that. Let me see here. I need... Okay, so we did check out a barn. And we did get our crate. Let's open up our crate. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate. Nice. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And some XPs. Got another crate. That's one so far. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. 4s. Maybe it's our lucky numbers. I have to play those numbers.
Racer Batman says Jrocknit tot Jrocknit tot Jrocknit tot Jrocknit tot Jrocknit tot Jrocknit tot Jrockn sports car roll Jrockn sports car roll Jrockn spo.
The way she was saying that was hilarious. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a ticker by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And a barn map. Sweet. I will put that away. And we did a barn. Let's go check junkyard? Yeah. Do a junkyard. You said that's so weird. Super funny on the well. Nice combos. Okay, what do we got out here? Loose? Nothing loose. What kind of cars we got though? Is this the fake Viper? That's the OG Viper. Oh, that's our E-Viper. That's an electric Viper. Pretty well gutted out. That's one of our own configs for that. Okay, so nothing down the aisle. And we're coming up short finding this special Wllys. Yep, yellow sport. Seeing Deftones Friday, first time in so hype. An electric E-Viper. And we had that was just for funsies. Turned out pretty good actually. We got an electric Hellcat too. We call it, yeah, we call it the, what do we name that one? Yeah, we got the E-Viper and then the, Electrocat, that's what it was. We called it the Electrocat. It's got, pretty much the same amount of, horsepower as the, standard engine. Standard Hellcat. Kind of, that was a fun thing to do. So, it doesn't look like we got a Wllys in here today. No Wllys. Okay. No Wllys, and we don't have a little bit empty-handed on that visit. Check out another car auction when we go back here. Yeah, we had some fun, I guess, as far as doing some electric vehicles. We've done... That's the only two I can think of as far as the Electro Hellcat and then the Viper. I think we've done another one too, but I can't remember. I remember on the Viper, we put the mod because the car sits so low to the ground. We had to cram them into the rear end. Got them all squished in there, I guess, as far as in the rear end of the car, so you can see them all through the rear window. Kind of crazy. All right, so empty there. Let's go check out another car auction. Round robin. My own Wllys Jeep. Be good to me. Ooh, got excited there. I thought maybe that was it. God dang it, man. We got a lot of cool cars. It's just not what we're looking for. There's the race car, one of those. This one just does not want to be found. Just does not want to be found. Now, even as I go through a lot of these, doing these round robins here, we're not seeing Ghoulishman, we're not seeing your configs. I am subscribed. Yeah, to that Mercedes 300 SL and that Viper C3. And they're not showing up at all. But even as I've been doing all these, trying to find the Wllys, so they just don't seem to populate. Okay, so we came up empty-handed there at the auctions. Let's go check out another barn. Keeping this rolling here. Starting to get hungry. I'm being honest. Maybe when you bare frame, why would I want to do that? And change config? I don't understand what would that accomplish? It still doesn't explain, I guess, as far as to be able to define the config that you've done. I don't know what you mean by to bare frame it. That wouldn't make any sense. So definitely not Wllys. Truck is not a Wllys. Got one more in there. I don't see how that would work though. Just a bare frame and SL? That doesn't make any sense. Ooh, got one of these bugs in here. I think this one's the stance. Yep. I don't have this one. I feel the Death Rod version of that's a little bit. I don't know. I like that one better than this one. So this one's actually got the Herbie library on it. That's kind of wild. What do they want with this one? Whoops. This one's got the yep, 300 horsepower. Nice. So definitely no Wllys. Not a Wllys. Okay, let's check a couple piles, see if we can find the crate. I don't know. We've been pretty lucky so far, I guess, as far as finding the crate here in the barns. You can change the config on the bare frame. Buy a one. I don't know which. I have no idea what you're talking about. That doesn't make any sense. So that's not going to be your config that you created. Why would I want to do that? I guess I don't understand your logic behind that. That's not going to make the config that you've created that I've subscribed to work. Unless that's what you're saying, what you did, I guess, as far as to create the config. I don't know. I've never done that. I didn't realize you could... Yeah, I guess I didn't realize you could do that. There's the crate. Cool. We got our crate. Checked our cars. Let's go back to the house. When you have a bare frame, you can change the config of the car. How do you get the config for a bare frame though? That's how I understand that. I guess that's what I'm not understanding. You're saying you can, there's a config for a bare frame. Found one of mine, but you, again, I'm trying to understand what you're talking about because there's really no config for a bare frame. Yeah, I'm really not understanding what you mean by that. So anyway, we did get our crate. I'm confused at what you're saying there. It still doesn't really explain that you can get your config that we're subscribed to, I guess, as far as to work. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a ticker by it, so if you holler, let him go, eeny, meeny, mo. Ooh, got over 90 now. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a ticker by its toe, if you holler, let him go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Barn map, got that back, sweet. Put that away. So, that was our barn. We'll check another junkyard. A little over 100. Throw all parts out. You only have the body. I know what a bare frame is, but I don't understand what you're saying about. I'm not understanding that, Ghoulish, I'm really not. I'm trying to understand it, I guess, as far as, but that makes no sense. You can switch the config at the car info panel. I don't know. You got me confused. Nissan Sliver, and we don't want that. Anything loose? Nothing loose. So first of all, you're saying, I guess, as far as you'd have to find a bare frame Mercedes SL, number one. Number two, as far as like you're saying, you can change the config on that once you find it, which there's really no config for a bare frame. So that's where I'm confused. And maybe I'm misunderstanding, but you got me all confused. I have no idea what you mean. To me, from what I get out of... Oh, wait, is this a bare frame GT40? No, not a bare frame. This one is... So, yep, it's still got the engine in it, okay. Pretty close to a bare frame on that one. Speaking of bare frames, that was almost a bare frame. Okay, so still no Wllys. You just got one of my favorite hot rods. Oh, did you really there, Brent? Yeah. Oh, cool. So we got our fenders. Oh, they're not repairable. Oh, no. It doesn't look like we have any Wllys out here today. This thing just does not want to be found. We have not been lucky. We've been lucky in a lot of other areas today, but not finding that special Wllys. That must be the Pinto. Whoops, no, don't do that. Yep, got a Pinto roundabout. Ooh, got this one over here. Definitely not a Wllys. Alright, we'll check a couple files on our way out. See what we get. What's okay, you got it out there. What's going on there, Coyote? The Arizona kid, the one you said was like, yeah, I knew which one you meant. It's just got that big gaping hole on this on the sides. Just looks goofy looking. Okay, so kind of an empty-handed run here, I guess, as far as we're okay. Opie, what's going on, man? I'm doing smoking in here. You just woke up and you can tell. Is that what it was? I thought maybe just fat fungered. That happens sometimes. So now without timeout. Buy a car like the GT40 in the junkyard. I've done that before. They're Ghoulishman with a lot of cars. As far as just unbuild it, but why would I want to do that? I mean, I know I can take any car, just unbuild it. I guess as far as to make it a bare frame. I like finding I find it more challenging as far as a bare frame at the junkyard. You know, based on the quality of life mod. That's the ones I go by. But yeah, you can bare frame pretty much any car yourself, if that's all you're meaning. I was just trying to understand how to get your configuration for the Mercedes and the Viper Vet, I guess, as far as to work. I thought that's what you were trying to explain. If you're just trying to explain how to do a bare frame car yourself, I already know that. So Yeah, I apologize for misunderstanding. What's going on there, OP? We're doing alright. We're trying to find this special config that we did for the military Jeep Wllys. We keep finding these standards. So this is the civilian one. Can't seem to find that special one we did. So that's another standard. That's a civilian standard. Okay, let's check this. Got one over here too. So we need the military special. Thank you. Finally found one. It's a 3-star. Good grief. I didn't think we'd ever find one. This is the one we created today in the editor. So it's in the standard auction here, but we're going to see if we can get this one. So what we did on this one is we upped the amount of horsepower for this Wllys, and we moved the servo. So just some mild changes, I guess, as far as to it. So there we have it. We're going to bid on this guy. Where's it originally from? Out of curiosity. Italy. So the fact that this is a 3-star probably doesn't run. Nope. And it probably just needs oil. Quality of life, you can change the car version from normal. Why would I want to do that? That doesn't make any sense, Ghoulish. That's not going to make yours not possibly work, I don't think. I don't even need the quality of life mod to do that. So you do have 18 there, OP? You don't have 21 at all? Highly recommended. Haven't yet played it though. See if the mod works. When it's not working, you don't need to search. I've never done what you're describing there, Ghoulish, I guess, as far as with that. I just want to understand why your subscribe deal doesn't work. It should load like any other subscribe mod, I guess, as far as from the Steam Workshop. There's something not hooked up right, I guess, as far as for that not to work. We're gonna bid on this one though. I'm kind of off that for now. It doesn't work, I guess, as far as I don't know what else to do. I'm not gonna, you know, do anything, I guess, as far as to. That doesn't even make any sense to me to do it that way. So the top end in this one is 21. Okay. Well, I didn't know it. So it doesn't run. It's a 3-star. Got a few bidders on this one. Holy smokes. Quite a few of them. Okay, this is gonna go over. Oh, damn, I was hoping I could get it there. Come on now. I don't want to play ridiculous for this. You son of a gun. That's just, he just being a troll. It is being trolls now. You want me to just overpay? It's like, yeah, let's get this moron to overpay. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. So we probably 8,000 in the hole there. We'll take it though. Let's put this in the garage. Last week I built a Riviera, but accidentally not saved it. Whoops! Hate when that happens. You want 21 that's on your Steam wish list? Yeah, I understand that there, OP. Definitely understand that. So let's go back to the house here and go check out our purchase here. See how much in the hole we are with this. So we paid about 8,000 over estimated. See how we did. Yeah, we've done some 2018 on here. We were doing a throwback playthrough, I guess, as far as like that. I haven't gotten like all the achievements. We only got one more achievement in this game. And that is to buy a car from the salon. Haven't done that one yet. So there she is. Interesting color on it too. So I'm pretty sure this one's probably gonna run if we just put some oil on it. It didn't run at the auction, but check our oil status here. Probably just need to top it out with some fresh oil. Yep. Let's see if she'll run. Thank goodness, though, we did finally find it. I was getting worried there for a second. So let's top it off with some fresh oil. There's only a 4-cylinder, so don't go nuts on it. Let's see if it's sufficient. Looks good. Engine, so the oil is not even really that dirty. Okay, let's see if she runs now. She's a runner. Nice, so it's a runner. Cool deal. So what's condition? We're in the yellow. For being a 3-star, not too bad. Let's go ahead and weld the frame. $1,300 to get her welded. Get that all in good shape. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Close that up. Okay, frame's good to go. Let's fix up some body panels. So it does have a rear window too. We're gonna remember that. Take off the tail lights. These are not gonna be repairable. Rear bumper. So I don't know if I want to keep it this color and what. Give it some contrast. I guess as far as to that one, we could maybe do this one in this color, and then put the black livery like we got with a flip of that livery. That'd be kind of cool. That might be kind of cool. Probably try that out. So none of that comes off. I really want the roof to come off on this thing. That'd be cool. Unfortunately, it does not. I think that's everything. Yep. So we'll fix up what we can over here at the body thing. Since then, not played CMS for a week, but because of your stream, you started now. Nice. Gets you in the mood, doesn't it? Okay, so let's go put these body panels back on. So we weren't missing any body panels either. That's the other thing. All the body panels were here. Not that it has that many. We're gonna have to replace this because that's all. It considers that windshield, even though it does have the frame in it. I think I missed this guy. Yep. Gotta fix that up. Rear bumper. This kind of reminds me of like a desert color. Might leave it that way. Let's go here. Nope, not there. Go to the Wllys. A new windshield. We're gonna have to paint this dude. So I already got the mirror off, so I'll leave that off. Fix this one up. We'll be able to repaint that color, and then we can paint our new windshield. Yep, get that painted. Oh, I had the front bumper still off too. Okay. Let's go either one. This way, the front bumper. What does that have? Nope, just the one mirror. All right, let's go get this over to the paint booth. What new bear frame did you get? We need to paint this dude this color so we can get that on the swath and we can paint our new windshield. Does look like somewhat of a desert sand. Okay, and then we'll paint our new windshield. There you go. Cool. I think that was really the only New part we had to get there. Okay, so we gotta get a back window. Okay. And we need headlights too. Get the headlights. These are not repairable. Cool. Okay, let's get some new headlights. And get some new taillights as well. Bro, what are you doing? New taillights. These are all the parts that you need there for this. I don't think there's any tune parts. Now that I think of it. No tune parts for this Wllys. Very simple. Okay, so if we go headlights, headlight. I do usually get into the habit of putting the parts on the list, just because some other cars, I guess, as far as have a lot more parts to deal with. Okay, so how are we doing on the body? 71%. Okay, what are we missing yet? The heck? Alright, let's check our parts. Okay. Oh, you know what? We had that mirror. Put that back on. Okay. 78. Okay, what the heck are we missing? That's going to be interior. Bench, yeah, that's all interior. That's weird. So let's go this way. Pull it around right here. And oh, the license. Oh, that trunk window. We're gonna get that one there. I almost forgot. And the plates. Okay, so what does our window get us up to? Let's get that. Probably don't really need to put it on the list like that. It's just forced to have it. So we are now at 85. So the last bit there would be license plates. We'll just put some standard plates on it. I think that's what we did on this one. So let's go to the plate shop. And we'll get some standard plates for it. That should get us to 100% on the body. So 2 of them, one for the front and back. One for each front and back. Standard plates, thank you all. Sweet. Now we should be 100% on the body and the frame. Awesome. Alright, so let's deal with the interior. I really wish there was more of authentic, I guess, as far as steering wheel, I guess as far as for the Wllys than this one. Because that one's not really authentic. They didn't have a wood one, so it was just like a hard plastic, I guess, as far as with the metal rods, I guess, as far as it came through the center. So not very authentic, I guess, as far as I know, but I guess that's what they came close. So let's go to this mode. We're going to do a disassemble on this so we can get this all replaced. Get that to 100%. Might take the same approach that we did on this one, I guess, as far as to make the parts underneath, I guess, as far as all subdued. I think that was kind of a neat approach. This one here, we could probably go the sand color, maybe. That might be a pretty interesting contrast instead of just going black, I guess, as far as on those parts. Yeah, we can probably play around with that to see. Anyway, let's go ahead and get... did I got these on the list? Go to the interior shop. No, okay, so I don't yet. Okay, so let's do this. Ooh, big sneeze. Alright, so we need this guy, that guy, and the steering wheel. So let's get this all... First, wait, whoa, got ahead of myself. Gotta go to the interior shop first. Get these items. We need 2 new buckets. Bench seat, and also steering wheel. Which is not authentic, as I already mentioned. 35 Ford truck, the rest of mod. Still have 10 cars to build. Last session escalated a little bit with shopping. That happens. We were in that mode, I guess, as far as trying to find this dude. Find this Jeep. Know how that goes. Okay, so interior should be good to go. Wait a minute, why are we only 90%? Hold on a minute, let's check our list. Wheel hub, starter pack. What do we miss on the interior? I'll go back here. The heck did we miss on the interior? So it's only 2 seats. Did I put one of the wrong ones in here? Let me see here. So that's 100%. That's 100%. What the heck? Those are 100%. Why is it only 90%? Oh, you know what? We gotta detail it. I always forget about that. A lot of times when you buy these vehicles from the auction, they don't detail it. We'll have to detail it to get that last 10%. I forgot about that. Alright, so let's detail the interior. Move this over to here. You found the original General Lee. I have the original and the 2005 both barns. Neat. That sounds cool. Let's go ahead detail it. This should get this interior to 100%. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So now we're 100% on all that. We just got all the other parts. Sweet. Alright. I think what we'll do here first, for starters, and this is going to kind of run out over us a little bit. Move this out a little bit. We're going to get the engine pulled. We know it runs. And we'll at least start that process of getting some performance parts for it. I'm a little bit undecided as to whether or not we want to do the undercarriage, I guess, as far as the same color as this, or just go black like we did on this one. So like we did on this one here, we did a lot of the parts just black. Maybe just black, because I don't think we can paint the shocks. I've not tried that, actually. I have to see if that does work that way or not. Let's move this over to here. Drain the oil. Oil's not in bad shape. Not bad for a 3-star. Alright, so let's dismantle this on the bottom end so we can get this end pulled. We need to pull that drive shaft. Actually pretty clean for a 3-star. You've seen worse, that's for sure. Take that transfer case off. And the gearbox. Oops, starter first. Excited for the... Yeah, so the demo should be coming out anytime between now and March. What they've said anyway. Which kind of surprised me that they had a new Rims DLC come out. I didn't expect to see any new DLC for this game. Get this pipe off. That should be enough to get that engine out of there. We have worked on this one here, I guess, so far, so it should be pretty much the same. The only difference with this one is the one that we just newly created has got a little bit more horsepower to it. On the base. We're going to put some performance parts to it, though. Let's get our crane over here. So let's pull her out. There we go. G's out of there. Go ahead and charge this battery. Drain out some fluids. Yeah, why not? We'll pull that out. Drain the servo. Get that all fixed up. Now let's get this engine on the stand. We'll get that one broke down. And we'll take a look and see what kind of performance parts we can get. I'm kind of curious to know. I know we could probably do like pistons. I don't know if we can do the head. Or what else we can do, but we'll take a look. You know, from the demo to the early access can take half a year. Oh yeah, we don't expect the full game release to come out for a while usually, once the demo. Because they'll get the feel, I guess, as far as for, you know, the end users feel, I guess, as far as about the design based on the demo. Hardly, yeah, so most demos that come out there, they hardly ever mimic 100%, I guess, as far as what the actual full release game comes out to be. It's always gonna be a little bit different, quite a bit different. Okay, so a lot of that's repairable. Some long bolts with this radiator fan. Let's get that belt off. Get all the front end off. But yeah, I know we can probably do performance pistons. I don't think the head is going to be... Well, I guess we'll find out. See if the head's going to be performance or not. Yeah, we'll see how we can do here for performance. Oh, excuse me. I almost slipped a little bit. Condor coming in or snaking up the joint. Yeah, let's get this head off here. Oh, yeah. Boltorama. I remember doing the bolt patterns on these Wllys, I guess, as far as working on these in the service. Obviously, this is more of this is a gasoline engine, not the diesel. Yep. Cool. So, just out of curiosity, can we get a performance head for this? So, let's do this. That. I know we can repair it. I just want to see if it's available in the tune shop. Oh, baby. So, yeah, they do. Nice. So we do have a performance head for that. That's cool. We're gonna get that right away. Now let's fix up what we can on this one. We don't have anything off yet. Getting a little ahead of myself. Yeah, so I just wanted to see if there was a performance head, which there is. It's kind of cool. Distributors. Get the clips off. So I know all this stuff should be performance. Just wasn't sure about the head, and we've confirmed that it does have a performance head for it. So, of course, we'll get a performance distributor, all that good stuff for it. Okay, what am I missing here? Gotta take the top off, that's why. There we go. Get that fuel pump off of there. Should be able to get a performance one of those. So it's okay, let's get the bottom end. timing cover off of there. Side mount camshaft, not this. Can't remember if that was repairable or not. Yeah, so we'll get performance pistons. Crank is probably not going to be performance. Pistons for sure. I already got the performance heads. There's that. Yeah, feeling like try and finish up this performance engine build for this Wllys. Looking taking a look at my time. I'm getting super duper hungry. That was a lot of searching around, I guess, as far as to find that Wllys. Get our crank out of there. And that is totally repairable. Nice. Okay, let's go ahead and get these fixed up. Probably doesn't really matter if we do, because we're going to get performance parts for all these parts. But we'll be able to get more money if selling them this way. So there's that. Yeah, so we already did get the performance head. A lot of parts we can fix. That's beautiful. So that cam was repairable. Probably get a performance cam though. But not everything we can get to be performance. But I know we can do pistons, cam. We're gonna get everything that we can performance on this engine. So crank is not performance. Usually, at least on the other engine builds that we've done. Okay, there's that. We'll get the block back here on the stand. Toasty! Well, we're making it less toasty. Is that okay? We're gonna make it less toasty. So air filter base. That base. So let me get a performance oil filter. Let me see here. No. Okay, so that'll be standard. That's fine. What about an air filter? Air filter, we should be... Yep. We can get that one performance. I'm not going to worry about getting them to 3-star. But at least... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. I did not do... Huh? Oh, we got the problem with the performance parts again. Hold on. So, do have this every once in a while, I guess, as far as it won't let us install. We're probably going to have to go to a different location, come back. Yeah, it doesn't let me. So we do have it ordered here, because we do have it in our parts, but it won't let us put it in. So what I'm going to do here really quick, let's go to the junkyard and come back. It's been a known issue, I guess, as far as with these performance parts not wanting to be installed. I guess first, just got to go to a different location and come back to the garage. Simple fix. But just out of curiosity, we got anything loose? Got a brake servo that is not repairable. I'm not gonna worry about that. Let's head back. And that's what we need. So we should be able to put that performance parts in there. Yeah, so if you ever had that problem, I guess as far as not being able to put the performance parts in there, it's all you gotta do. Ooh, ready then. So now we should be able to put that performance air filter in. You dirty rascal. Still not working. Making a liar out of me. Just to confirm, we still do have it right there. You're gonna make me get all the way out of the game? If I get out of the game, I'm done for today. I'm definitely done for today. In fact, maybe that's the game's way of telling me that I might just need to put it down there. So we've got a good start here, I guess, as far as on our performance engine for our Wllys. I think that's just the game's way of telling me, I guess, as far as you're done for today. We do have it bought, but I think it's just gonna have me close the game and come back in for that to work properly. Sometimes you can just go to a different location and come back, and that'll work too. But didn't work this time. So what we'll do is we'll continue to work on this one here next week. Do appreciate it for those of you that did drop by and stick around here for today's adventures. It took us a little while, I guess, as far as to find our special config, let alone just to kind of see what we could come up with in the editor. Didn't work out as well as we would like to, but I think this is a nice compromise. We will be doing some NASCAR 25. We're in the Xfinity series now. We're doing pretty good. So if you're looking to see some of that action for tomorrow here on the channel, and you haven't done so already, do make sure you hit the follow button on the channel. Get the notification when the streams are live. Social media is posted to the channel. I'll put these at your fingertips. You can check those out at your leisure. I do like to let the folks know, I guess, as far as what's going on in between streams. And we got a lot of discussion going on, I guess, as far as about this game and other games. So definitely feel free to check that out. We're going to send this off to somebody on the outro. So if you can stick around, I guess, as far as for the raid on the outro. Very much appreciate that. So just taking a look here really quick. I think I know where I want to go. I've been checking out this new game. And I think I'm saying it wrong, but it's a climbing game. It's pretty interesting. So I want to see what Barbaric up to, I guess, as far as with that game. So if you can stick around for the raid over to something Barbaric, playing some Cairn. I know I'm saying it wrong. We'll go over there. We'll have them pronounce it for us correctly. So hope everybody does have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. And hope to see you again here real soon. Bye for now.